Going out there. This is Patriots Inside the Wire, right here with Tracy's two-step on a Wednesday. We like to call it Wednesday Warriors. Jim, welcome to the show tonight. I think we're just going to get rolling. Let's roll into the show. Everybody, share, grab your loved ones, tag, follow, subscribe. Let's roll into this one. You do not want to miss it. Trust me.
Giving a voice to the voiceless. We share the stories behind our freedoms and the ultimate sacrifice of those who protect us all. This is Patriots Inside the Wire.
Patriot is someone who was willing to give his life for his country and served honorably in Iraq.
Beautiful thing to see the family and friends come together and honor his life and his service to our country.
Great to see you guys out here. This is awesome, really.
Welcome to the Patriots Inside the Wire broadcast, hosted by Gold Star Mom, Tracy Two-Step.
Hey, how is it going out there? We wanted to touch base and let you know that we have multiple guests tonight. And tonight, I know that you're all looking for Sid Miller. His name has been everywhere right now. Sid Miller, if you do not know, has been working on the Trump team. Jim, you're aware of that. He is running behind, but we have someone that you will least expect that has been working with the Trump team, probably, I don't know, maybe even closer. It's interesting. It's a good friend of mine. How's that? Music industry. Music is my therapy. Music is medicinal. So welcome to Patriots Inside the Wire. Jim, how are you tonight on Wednesday Warriors?
I am doing very well, and I'm really excited about tonight's show for both guests. This should be fun.
All right. Well, I don't know about definitions of fun out there, but I know we've got the truth. So when you've got good people, you've got the truth, and you got the people that are taking care of it. That's what matters. So what I'd like to do right now is really just roll into it. But Jim, I want to ask you how your week is and how things have been going for you. How are you?
Doing well. It's been a crazy, hectic week. The closer we get to the election, and talking to some of the other parents of the 13, there's some anxiety and some uncertainty, and you're really excited in one breath, but you're worried. I mean, we're worried about where this could go if it doesn't go the right way. So we're all just kind of collectively holding our breath and just keep moving forward. And we're having fun with it, which I think is kind of contagious, because the more we talk about it, the more we engage people, the more excited they're getting. And man, people are voting like crazy. So I feel good and I feel optimistic, but there's always that little tinge of doubt, and you never know what the other side's doing. So
we kind of do. I like to stay very close to what's going on. I try not to do mainstream media. I really like to connect. As you know, Jim, you were just with Trump too. So I see that you literally, your tagline, you changed that. There you go. He has had up Trump in PA the last week. So everybody out there in Pennsylvania, as we mentioned, like I even have a company out there. So Pennsylvania, you have to listen. We have a lot coming up. Monday, November 4th, you really need to check in. We have a director who has something out there coming for Trump. But tonight, as Mr. Sid Miller, and yes, I'm calling him out, is running late, we are blessed to have a guest tonight. And Jim, hold on to your hat. Let me talk. And I would like to get into a little bit of who he is. And I'm excited too. He is a wonderful patriot. He's a veteran. He is a beautiful artist, his voice. So, but what I call people, so patriots, you know why we call this show Patriots. We love our military, our first responders, our officers, our border agents. We both, unfortunately, don't have our sons who are serving. I also don't have a border patrol agent. So this is something that I have been in and out of session. And as everybody, if you'll check it out there, if you don't know me, I had Trump and I were working on something federally and legislation which needed to be there. It's back there on that wall. Got to get him in, and not just for that reason, but there's a lot of reasons. You know, Jim, my biggest issue is do not vote because you want the first female ever. Come on. I know that y'all are smart out there. Please pay attention to the truth, the facts. And hey, I'm all about a good, healthy debate. Do not send me any hate mail, hate messages. I literally have security, not just for me, but for all of us to get along and be kind. One of the ways you can do that is with music. Welcome to the show, Mr. TMR.
Yo, what's going on? How you doing?
How are you, sir?
I am great. It's good to be on with both of y'all tonight.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Excited
We
to be here
are
with you.
grateful.
Oh, thank you.
So,
And sir, it's an honor to be with you here too, Jim, because I've done many songs about your son.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
So, and I just appreciate you for all that you've been doing and have done for our nation thus far, because you are an inspiration, and your son was an inspiration as well. So and it's like also my mission, and I wouldn't be able to do what I do, and a lot of other Marines wouldn't be able to do what they do, and other service members as well as family wouldn't be able to do what they do if it wasn't for the sacrifice. So it's never forgotten. I think about it every single day, and I appreciate you and your family.
I got you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
First off, and Simplify. It's RLTW, but I change it to MLTW. That means Moms Lead the Way.
And thank you so much, Tracy, for having me on as well, and thank you so much for everything you do every day to keep your son's legacy alive as well. I just want to say that as well. It's not forgotten, and it's great work that you're doing day in, day out. You've been you've been hitting me up like, hey, when you going to be on the show every single day? So I really appreciate we're able to make this happen.
You know, the good thing is that we actually just met not long ago, but we do have someone, we won't say who, for about a year now, who's been saying, you really need to meet this person. I swear, you're both kind of working on the same things. And there's a lot going on in life, right? So I was like, yeah, I'll get to that. But staying busy working on the election and all, I just got busy. So we're here on TikTok as well. So you're on Instagram. That is TMR. And the reason I'm saying that is because if you're on Instagram, you're going to find him there. TMR is not only a veteran, but a musician. But TMR himself is quite busy and on the road a lot. So TMR, we are grateful to have you here. I was sure that I was like, okay, I know his platforms and I know his people. So we've got you where the people understand who you are the most. It stands for the Marine Rapper. I see your comment. It is the Marine Rapper, which means TMR himself is a veteran. Thank you for your service, Mr. T.
You. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just keep it simple. Like people started calling me that, so I just went with it.
Well,
That's
there
what
you
we're
go.
told in the military. Keep it simple, stupid. You know how it goes.
There you go. Hi, Michelle. How you doing?
I do have to throw this out there real quick. My daughter was coming across a snowy, icy I-80, trying to get home in time to make sure she watches this. She found you, I think it was in March of 2022. And she is a huge fan and supporter, and she follows you. I got a question for you later that I promised I would ask, but hopefully she made it back. I haven't heard from her, but she should be tuning in, and she's a big fan, big supporter.
Oh, respect to her as well.
Thank you.
So this is TMR. It stands for the Marine Rapper. T, do you want to give your name, or you just want to keep going by TMR?
Oh yeah, my name's Ray. So,
Okay.
I
All right.
I don't hide my name. It's just the fact that that's what, people call you a nickname, and they're like, they always go, "Oh, that Marine rapper guy," and then so it became a thing. So, but I never, you can call me Ray.
All right. Well, I like to say T. So TMR
And I
is
got the
with
T,
us.
so Texas.
There you go. Oh, you do, don't you?
Yeah, Rangers.
Yes, yes, yes. So,
I got a crazy story for you real quick.
well, let's do that. Hey, everybody, while we're doing this, don't forget we're waiting on the commissioner who is on the Trump team, who's all over the place. So, yes, we will all get on to him when he gets in. Right now, I want to hear from you, T.
So we got time. So this obviously, T, but also Texas Rangers. So I actually met both of the Bushes at the same time.
Oh, wow.
Like
Really?
W and Senior. So I was doing a color guard detail for the Texas Rangers because they were in the World Series not too long ago, and I was doing the color. So we're all coming down the pipe. We're coming down the what do you call it? The
Corridor?
I don't know, the tunnel.
The tunnel.
We're all coming down the tunnel to go on the field to do the color guard thing, and then as we're doing that, I look over to the right because they're throwing out the first pitch, but I didn't know that at the time. Look over to the right, and no kidding, it was W, walking by his dad in the golf cart. I mean, in the golf cart or whatever. And I was just like, I cannot believe it. Both Bushes right there. And let me tell you, Senior was such a cool dude. He was wearing like a polo shirt, some khakis, and some like loafers, but his socks were just like multicolored and everything. So it's like he knows how to party. You know what I mean? Like, but it was just a cool thing because I was there just to do a color guard, but it was just because we ended up going down the same tunnel. I ended up, and all the other color guard boys, we got to meet the Bushes at the same time, which was like a rare during the World Series. So it was crazy.
I like how you said that, color guard boys. I'll let that one slip. I think that you're gentlemen. I think you're, and if there were females there,
only men.
I have two, and it's interesting. I say to people all the time, Jim knows this. It's like they're people, so check the resume. Number one, if it's for a job, check out their skills for the job, and that goes for our election right now with everything going on. I'm like, look at a resume. You don't go home with these people. Just like when you go work at your job in a building, you don't go home with them. You don't know what they're doing and saying sometimes when maybe you may not agree, but that's not for us. I know for me, myself, it's up there. So the only person that can judge me. So that's how I feel.
Yeah.
Otherwise, grab your content elsewhere, but we really want you to stay here because we love to hear both sides. And I can tell you that we will have between all of us an answer that we'll give you. I don't know if it's the answer that you want, but it's going to be the truth. It will always be the truth. So you can count on that. So T, let's back up a minute.
Yeah.
So Marines, was that just something as you were growing up, you decided I'm going?
No, I actually hated the Marines. Let me explain. Because I was a military brat. My dad was a Marine, uncle, cousin. So imagine you have it all around you. So as a brat kid, you don't want that around you,
Nope.
So you don't want to be like you don't necessarily want to be like everybody else. And I can only speak for myself. I never really was a person who liked to be like everybody else. So I didn't want to do the same thing. But after a while, I was really not doing anything after high school. I just working at Taco Bell. I was working at Taco Bell as a rapper, wrapping up tacos. I've been a rapper. And then I was skateboarding and stuff. And then eventually a female recruiter came in and she's like, "Do you want to wrap tacos all your life?" And I was like, "Well, can I get a job in like entertainment?" And she's like, "I got you public affairs. Now get the F out of my office." So she made me a war reporter. So I've always been doing stories on people, but now. Yeah, so I went overseas to Iraq and Afghanistan, and I served over there as a war reporter. I was taking pictures and writing stories. So when I came back, I didn't know I would use it when I came back because now I just do the same thing. I tell the stories on these heroes, such as y'all two sons, Jim and Tracy. I I always talk about the heroes in my songs. They're always true. That's why nobody ever calls me out, because you tell the truth. Just it I'm very, it's crazy. I rap, but I'm very influenced by country music because I had a country boy that was in my Hummer, and he would always play Johnny Cash. And I always realized that the best thing about music is if you can tell the truth and do music at the same time, that's the music that hits. So that's why a lot of my fans, they love the stuff I do, because I always talk about a real hero. You know, I've done a lot of songs about Jim's son and other heroes like your son Tracy and stuff like that in my songs and stuff like that. So I've always been a storyteller of sorts because I was a war reporter. I just do the same thing, but I do it over rap music now. But to answer your question about Marines, I never wanted to be a Marine until I was like 18 years old, and I felt like I needed to grow up and do something bigger with my life. And it was the best decision I've ever made, because now I get to tell the stories of these great heroes that I come across.
Well, I think that's amazing. T, if you don't mind, can we flip real quick? That is Mr. Sid Miller beside you, Texas Agricultural Commissioner. Welcome to the show, Mr. Miller. Commissioner, how are you doing tonight?
I'm just dandy. Good to be with you, folks. Sorry I'm running a little late. I had a meeting, but glad to be on board with you now.
Well, I think that's great. Will your phone or whatever you're using go sideways, or do you want to just stay straight up with us? That is completely up to you. I know that we have quite a bit.
There he is.
There we go. There you are. Oh, see the lapel. I got to get that. So TMR, meet the commissioner, Jim McCollum, father of Riley McCollum, meet the commissioner, Mr. Sid Miller here, working on the campaign.
Good to see you again, sir.
Commissioner, I think it's literally before the day we thought, you're a little blurry, the jail. We thought, somebody's get out. Let's go campaign. And that was the commissioner. You're very blurry, sir, but you might back up just a little or from the camera. There you go. Keep backing up just a little more. There you go. It's all right. Hey, Commissioner. Perfect. I just want everybody to be able to see you. Listen, I have to ask you, Donald Trump was just here in Austin, Texas. I knew before that came out, and I'm like, oh Lord, here we go. He is publicly explaining to everyone, Sid Miller, the white cowboy hat, and here we've been working over a year, campaigning, you name it, and you've been out on the road. So we already knew, and a lot of people who follow the show know that you're on the last Wednesday of the month. When I saw the clip, I was like, oh my goodness. Not only is he going to try to wear your hat? No. So that was kind of, actually, I don't think it would have looked bad, but Commissioner, how did it feel to finally be in that room after thinking, you had to get out there and bust it with a bunch of people? Because we didn't know if he was going to be in jail. We did not. We're talking about the President Donald J. Trump right now, the Commissioner Ted Nugent. So, Commissioner, go back just a little and then bring us up to date on what's going on. And please help me explain to everybody what MAHA, M-A-H-A, means.
Okay. Well, I was actually went back to the second, I don't think we talked about this, but I have stopped me. I went to Butler, Pennsylvania rally, and Donald Trump finished what he started up there. He was rudely interrupted by someone trying to kill him. So I was there during I know we talked about that, about me being at the first Butler, Pennsylvania rally. So we got through that. It was great. Lee Greenwood was there and sang. Don Jr. came out. Laura came out. J.D. Vance was there. He came out and talked. Elon Musk was there. We had kind of an eclectic group of people, but we got all those guys. And then you got people like Hulk Hogan out, and Chris Rock, Kid Rock, not Chris Rock, Kid Rock, and Franklin Graham. So he had the collective group of people. So the rally there was standing room only. I don't know how many people, probably 70,000 or 80,000 people standing out. No standing, not sitting, but just really standing out for 4 or 5 hours, waiting on that rally to start. It was very well received. So most recently, I guess it was, what day was it? Friday. Met down on the tarmac. He's been to Berkeley in Austin. Held a press conference. I was there for that. I think that's probably the clip you were talking about. Called me out in the crowd and talked about my white hat and about the dedication I have to getting him reelected. Of course, I'm a surrogate speaker for him. I'm on the campaign calls every morning. I've got my gas and groceries bus tour going up in the swing states. So we're doing everything we can. I really feel good about this election, though. We're peaking at the right time. Every day, something does a little better, and Kamala does a little worse. So the most recent polls just came 2 hours ago shows Trump up in Pennsylvania, Trump up in North Carolina, even in Wisconsin and Michigan. If he wins any of the three between Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, he's the president again. So I'm feeling pretty good about it. Looks like he's going to do well in Arizona and Nevada, North Carolina, Georgia. So the deal is that it has to be too big to win. That's our fear. We're pretty confident he's gonna actually win like he did last time. But do they rig it? Do they cheat? Do they steal it? And we've already seen evidence of that across the United States. Even here in Tarrant County and Williamson County, we have evidence of that. So, but I went to vote Monday, and there was, even in little town Stephenville, there was probably 8 or 10 poll watchers there. I mean, they're watching. We've got lots of people engaged. We're watching those polling places. We're watching the ballot boxes. They set 2 on fire in Oregon. But I hope we persevere. My biggest fear is we win, and they. So I just hope we win so big that they can't figure out how to steal it.
Well, I'm not going to just hope. I think I'm going to pray, vote, and tell everybody else out there, please go vote. Commissioner, I have several things in here. I mean, we have the original clip of you, by the way, when the assassination happened, and you were right there. I've got all of that. So anyone watching the show, you can go back and see every month what has gone on in this campaign. We've got some reverb there. Hope you're not on. If you've got Facebook open or any of those social platforms, please be sure that they're not open. But Commissioner, have you voted? Can you hear us?
I voted Monday. Sure did.
Yes.
So I can hear you.
Well, I know you're on the road.
Monday was. I'm in Dallas on the 13th floor of the Hunt Oil and Gas Building. I had a meeting here. I had to step out of. I apologize for being late. The meeting is still going on. I just kind of rudely stepped out because I wanted to be, on your podcast tonight with you.
You stepped out of an oil and gas meeting? That means that's a good thing then, right?
Yeah.
That's a good thing. It must be going well.
Very good thing. It's going to do better under Trump. We'll be energy independent again, hopefully. I'm positive we will be.
Yes, sir. Sir, I have to ask you a question. So, when I say MAHA, I say Maha. Remember, I'm country. So, I know what that is. That's Make America Healthy Again, MAHA. Our water right now, there is an issue. What do we need to be telling everyone about this? I need you to tell them. The water.
Well, there's an issue, and I actually talked about Don Huffines did an article on this. If you want to look it up in Dallas Express, Don Huffines, who actually ran for governor in the last election unsuccessfully. He's a good man. He's got a lot of good ideas. But he did an article on fluoride being forced upon us in our water system. That's also an issue with Bobby Kennedy Jr. That's where the MAHA, Make America Healthy Again. I don't think we talked about this, but I've been tasked from Donald Trump and the transition team to start finding people to fill out the Senate-approved appointments in the USDA department. So I've got a lot of people in mind, but I tell them, first question I ask them, I said, are you 110% behind Donald Trump? If they can't answer that, the interview's over. The second question I asked, I said, do you think you could work with Bobby Kennedy Jr. to make America healthy again? If they fail that one, then we don't go further. So it's a little bit of a narrow field to get somebody on both of those. I certainly do. I think Bobby Kennedy's, got some really the ideas we agree on. We really agree on making America healthy again. There's some he's got some ideas that I'll probably never agree with him on, but and Donald Trump won't either. So we're not going to breach those ideas. But we do think that he does have some really good ideas in leadership when it comes to making America healthy again. So we're going to work on that. If we're successful, he'll be part of that team to make us healthy again. So we'll surround him with good people. Hopefully we can. I'm kind of seen as partisan, conservative. But being healthy should be bipartisan. I mean, everybody should want healthy food. Everybody should want clean air and water. I don't know anybody that's against that. Even the far left, believe that that's a good thing. So I think it's something that both sides. It might help, heal the divide between the left and the right. We want our children to have healthy foods. We don't really. None of us really the processed foods. We'd rather have food cooked from scratch, homegrown, preferably, maybe even organic, if that's so. We need to clean up the forever chemicals that are in our environment, the PFAS. That helps no one. I don't know anyone that's for that. Most everybody would like to see, don't want to see our environment poisoned. We just got, no one wants to see anybody go hungry. That's something that both sides can agree on. Everybody wants us to be food independent. Dependent on a foreign country to feed and clothe us. So I think there's a lot on making America healthy again that the left and the right could actually work together on.
I believe that too. And I believe there's more than just that as far as our health. But, you mentioned bipartisan, the Two-Step Act. I'm going to have to get with you on legislation. Hopefully we'll be going federal and not just state to state. So I'll get with you on that as far as our vehicles and what's happening out there across our border outside of in our own country. This is not something to scare anyone. This is something that if you know me well enough to know that it's one of the reasons that I don't have a son here and a family member. One was Border Patrol and a Marine, and the other heavy duty infantry in the Army, Iraq, you name it. So with an individual who recognizes what is going on in this country, especially, listen, as a parent, it is odd to have your child in the military. It's not normal. It's like, I'm still the one that's like, I said, I don't care who's there. So, I was always able to keep in touch, great people, great things. But listen, there is a lot going on in our country. And one of the biggest things that I keep hearing is the argument of, we got to have our first female. It's the first female. And I'm like, we've already had a female in there, number one. Number two, if they were going to do that, it would have already been done. So please do not vote just because someone is of a certain gender. I want you to go look at the work. I want you to go look at what's out there. And that's why I'm pushing vote, vote, and vote. I am telling you, do your homework. It's like a resume. We were saying this, Krishna, before you came in. And those are my words. I say that. So I know what it's like to be homeless. I know what it's like to go without food. I know all these things, and I know that you're all looking and going, huh? And I'm like, yes, I do. I don't want anyone to go without. I do not want you to know what it's like either. So I don't want you in my shoes ever. This is why we're working on legislation. So for voting, for going forward, we're down to what, 6 days? I can't give you the hours unless I pull over to my phone real quick, but we are at the 6-day mark. What words do you have out there? 5. Yes, it is Wednesday. I have been rolling, y'all. Listen, don't be hard on me. I'm working for free out here, like getting information. So 5 days. You're correct. Yes. Yes. Well, Monday we will have the congressional candidate from Nevada, Triple Martini, for the documentary. So Monday, November 4th, we'll be doing a lot. The night before, you could vote on the 5th if you didn't vote early. The 6th, I will also have Stephanie Phillips, which, Commissioner, you know well. I'll probably try to fill T up there too. TMR is a Marine. He has been actually at, I think, almost every rally. He has been behind Donald Trump, and I won't speak too much. I'll stop there and let him say what he supports. But I happen to know that that patriot and that veteran is extremely active. And that's how someone was like, Tracy, there's somebody out there that literally might be working about as hard as you just because of the similarities in life is what I'll say. So a fellow Texan, I don't really like to say exactly where, so let's not do that. It's the OPSEC. I still go by that. So, Commissioner, do you have something, some words, some advice? Because when I see you next, it will be the next term.
You will have
and you're going to have to use your loud voice because it's quiet.
Something I want to remind the voters of Texas and anywhere else, probably, but when you go to, if you haven't voted yet, when you go in that voting booth, you can no longer check one box and vote Republican straight ticket. We do not have straight ticket voting anymore in Texas. So you need to vote Donald Trump. You need to go to the next line and vote Ted Cruz. You need to go to the next line and vote for your congressman. You need to go to the next line and vote for the statewide judges on the Supreme Court, the Criminal Court of Appeals. You go down, drop down below that, vote for your state senator, state representative. Then you'll go all the way down, vote for sheriff, county commissioners, judges, constables, justices of the peace. You got to go all the way to the last box on the ballot. So you got to go down about 15 or 20 times and vote. You can't just check one box. We want you to vote for Donald Trump, but don't just do that. We need your help all the way down the ballot. And
just
Democrats
do it.
are known for voting multiple. They vote, they cheat. They vote more than once, or have been known to. But I'm going to tell you how you can vote more than once legally. So if you want to vote more than once legally, you go out and find somebody that's not going to vote, your Sunday school class, your family, your golfing buddies, your bridge club, your bowling buddies, your fishing buddies, and that don't normally vote, and get them to the polls if they're going to vote like you. So you get 10, 12, 15 people like that. That's the same as you voting 10 or 15 times. because they're like-minded like you. So we need that. We need a big turnout. We need to make sure that we get good conservatives in office. We need to make sure that we get good, godly men and women in office, because if we don't elect godly men and women to office, we let the ungodly rule over us. So I mean, that's it. That's true. So that's my suggestion, how you can legally vote 10 or 15 times in this election.
It's great advice. You almost had me there. I was like, uh-oh. Yes, do. If there's someone that needs out, just get out there, use your voice. I like the voice for the voiceless, and that's part of this show. But it's still about the people. So when it gets right down to what I call the brass tacks, it is basically about the people and what do we want on down the road. What does that next generation look like, and the next, and for all of us. So when we mention bipartisan, the law I'm working on, I always say this, and don't shoot the messenger. Listen, Trump, yes. Now, I'll tell you, I've had a couple out there that, no, not in the presidency. Hold on. There's some people here, even in Texas. I say walk in, get to know the people that are actually in office. They are people. They wear pants. Hopefully they're wearing all their everything. It does not mean they're better. They get dressed like us. Go in. We vote. We pay our taxes. They work for us. So I tell my kid this. This. I'm like, kid, you're the CEO at school. You go up and you tell them, this is for my education. It is not their brain. It is yours. Same thing when we're voting here. This is for our future. This is to turn around things that I don't want anyone in my seat. I don't want them to understand, why am I going back and forth and doing legislation? Why is my son not here? Why is the border agent who's a Marine and made it through the Marines, multiple wars, why is he not here? You don't want that. What you do want is multiple people agreeing that, hey, we may not have everything we like in one person, because listen, we're all human, right? Because if there is someone saying that they are, the all be all, listen, it's up there for me. Whatever it is to someone else, I respect that. But vote. Get involved. Look at it like a resume. Please ignore these silly little things you see out there and understand. Look at statistics. Look at the records. Look, Commissioner T, you probably know this too. Stop loss, stop pay. I got a kid that got stuck overseas for a very long time under a different administration, which will be the administration coming in with the other party. And I like to be nice, so I'm going to be nice because I do respect people. So I understand. Be nice, be kind. There is a way for us all to move forward. But my own personal experience and stories, I can tell those because they're true. And I just don't want anyone to experience that. Another thing I want to bring up is the biggest topic also is the females. I'm not going to dive into this one. What I'm going to say is I actually do understand both sides. I do understand when there's trafficking and something happens to you. Listen, I happen to know, if you'll do your research, that we do have a party right now looking, they're not leaning hard this way or hard that way. I want you to go understand what's going on and go listen. And do not make your vote about one single thing or one commercial. A commercial should not get you where you're going to go vote. So, Commissioner, MAHA, in order to make America healthy again, we need voting. And so for Texas, you've been around, you've been on this bus. I'll be seeing you here soon. By the way, I was in town that time and I would have gone. So give me a call in regards to that. As far as broadcasting, I'll go. Or if it's in regards to legislation, I definitely will. So whichever hat you need me to wear, Army, Marine, Border, Mom, I'm just a mom. I am not in politics. I am just someone who got put in situations. And I always say, Commissioner, you know this. You know, nobody's ever said, what's your resume, Tracy? What happened to you before? Where did you come from? I'm like, that's a very good question. Music is medicinal for me, number one. Number two, radio, broadcasting, hosting, legislation. Yes. Not a politician, but I am a people person. I am a fighter for the people. I have experienced those things, and you know that, Commissioner. I get Commissioner T, the blonde hair, whatever. I'm like, come on now. Come on. No, let's quit judging people and looking at them and get back to the basics. Let's get back to the people and understand that for 4 years, we've got somebody that needs to do a lot of work. And in order to do the work that needs to be done, Commissioner, I'm going to let you wrap that part up. Especially
Okay,
since you
well,
left.
I appreciate being certainly, touched your law, for what you had to go through. Pray for you and other mothers and families, Gold Star families like yourself. It's really tough. Appreciate those who have served and are still serving. So God bless each and every one of them. I'm probably gonna have to check out here and get back to my meeting. Probably stayed a little longer away than I should have. I wanted to be tonight. I promised you I'd do that, and we do that once a month, and don't let them down. So God bless each and every one of you, and all those out there that are listening. And fight, and win, and let's. You haven't voted, go vote. God bless you.
God bless you. You are allowed to hang around, sir. So we have Jim that just came up here. We lost him there. The internet. Jim, I hope that you caught some of that. I know that you dropped there. T, you're the co-host, so we just lost him. Can you recap some of that for us? Because his audio, I apologize to everyone out there. He left a meeting on oil and gas, and listen, that's dedication to the people, right? Like, let me go talk to you all and let you know what's happening. Can you recap for us a little bit, T? Were you listening? Could you hear it well enough?
It was kind of hard to hear because he was cutting in and out, and then there was the feedback from. I heard some feedback.
It's on his phone.
He said some great stuff regarding voting and also influencing about 10 to 15 others to vote for Trump, and then also make sure that we vote for the people that are under Trump and all the other people that would actually be godly, that would be in the office opposed to the ungodly.
Absolutely.
Definitely. Thank you for that. Yes, the audio was kind of in and out. We apologize for that. But then again, I do encourage you to go look. You'll find many shows the last Wednesday of a month. So, Jim, that was the commissioner who has been ongoing working. Thank you, Brent. I see that. T, I'd like to get back to you. I apologize that we interrupted you. I knew we'd have 15 minutes to let him speak. The audio was a little spotty, but there's this. But here's the bus. I'd like for everyone to see this, and you can go to gasandgroceries.us and you can check that out. And it is just a bus that's been going around there. Really, when Trump could not campaign, it has been since the beginning. I can't show you the other picture on the other side because this show is, I don't know. It's just not for me to show right now. So if you want to check it out, all you got to do is just search How about that? Look up gasandgroceries.us, put in your zip code. You will be able to see the increase, what is going on right now in your area, inflation, milk, eggs, you name it. We do have a situation with our water right now that is very, very true. I don't know if either of you knew that. It is, I wish everyone could have heard him better. I actually will do something on this Monday, so stand by on that topic. But Make America Healthy Again is MAHA. And again, we want you to do your homework. So T, I'd like to get back to you because I know for a fact that you have been there personally. What are you doing?
What do you mean? Oh, what you mean to the different rallies, or have been where? I've been a lot of places.
Literally, well, all of it. You've been to the rallies. You've been there leading the way. You are interviewing people, and then we collided that way, and then realized, wait, there is someone that told us a long time ago, hey, you need to connect, and just how this world works, right? Timing is everything. So
yeah. So I just got back from New York. I was at the New York rally, interviewing a whole bunch of people, and then I also, because I was challenged by an individual. They were like, "Hey, you talk to conservatives all the time. How about you talk to liberals?" And so I went. So basically, where all the Trump supporters were walking inside the rally venue was on one side of the road. On the other side of the road was where all the anti-Trump protesters were. So imagine I'm in my in my suit, in my gold Trump shoes, and I walk across the street. So they were like, "It's kind of bold for you to come over here because we know how you feel about it." Because I'm wearing the gold Trump shoes, the sneakers. I don't know if have you seen those sneakers?
No, I want to see, and I'm going to steal them.
Are they over here? I got them right here.
Anything gold like that is gold star. See, I want to steal them already.
Love it.
So I'm wearing those. So they were like, I did a video about it, but yeah, it wasn't nice. They weren't nice to me.
Oh.
I did talk to some people.
Though. So I'm sure you kept your composure and.
It's just some of them are lunatics. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
No, not all of them. There were some people who talked to me, but there was some provoking and some violence.
Wow.
Really?
From their side. I was in a suit. I wasn't trying to do none of that.
And when you use the word lunatic, there's different definitions for different people. So help me understand, like you had people who wanted to disagree so strongly that their language, their body language, were they physically trying to challenge you?
Well, trying to challenge me. I wasn't trying to do any, like, they don't know my background or any, I wasn't trying to do, I came over there to ask questions. I didn't come over there to fight with them. That would have been counterproductive. And then it would have proved the narrative of, oh yeah, this guy came over here, wanted to fight, cause problems, this and that, cause I was the only one over there, as a Trump supporter, blatantly over there in the lion's den. And I was like, hey, can I talk to y'all? Can I have a conversation? And I knew that if I was to do something, I would be a representative of the whole movement. So when they got aggressive, I was just like, yeah, I gotta step back. I gotta move out of it. But like, I went over there. I'll just give you guys like a little thing. The video drops tomorrow, but I went over there and I was like, hey, can I talk to y'all? And then they just started singing a song. They kept on saying F Trump over and over again. I was like, okay. And I was like, hey, can I talk to you to see why you feel this way? Because I've interviewed so many different people, and all that other stuff doesn't faze me. In boot camp, drill instructors yell in your ear all the time. They're barking all the time. So them yelling doesn't affect me. Cussing doesn't affect me. So I'm just like, hey, do you have anything to say? I'm trying to give you an opportunity to be on my platform. I'm a YouTuber as well, so I wanted to give you guys a platform. And they're like, don't your Trump doesn't the Trump, can't you take that Trump TV across the street? Don't your Trump supporters have anything to say? And I was like, I could talk to them and get compliments all day, but I don't want to do that. That's not why I'm here. Why I'm here is to open my mind up and have a different perspective. And if you can tell me why you feel like your candidate is better, I am definitely willing to listen. So I brought my microphones and everything out there, and then they just kept cussing at me and yelling at me. One guy pulled out a cowbell and started ringing it close to me. And so my camera crew's a whole bunch of females. So I told the females, I said, move out of the way. I don't want, if they touch you, then it'll be a different thing. I was like, you can yell at me, whatever, I don't care. But if they touch the females, then I would have been upset, and then it would have turned into a different thing. And then I don't care what they think. They can think whatever they want. But I was trying to move the females out of the way, but he kept ringing this cowbell in my ear or whatever. And I was just like, okay, whatever. So we moved to the side. And then he goes, hey, why are you in my face? I said, what? I said, I'm way over here. And it got so bad that the cops came and everything, but you could see the video. But it that's what I mean by lunatic. It's just like, I was saying, hey, listen, yes, obviously I got the Trump shoes on. Yes, I'm voting for Trump. Yes, I'm a Trump supporter. Yes, you know, that's where I'm rocking, who I'm rocking with. You know, you said you're rocking with Kamala. That's fine. But let's have a conversation. So when I post it, it could be like, oh, not all people are like this and not all people are like that, but they didn't want to have a conversation with me. But I can't say it was all. There was 2 individuals I had very long conversations with, but the ones who were doing the cowbell were the lunatics for sure, because I tried to talk to him, and then he kept on yelling at me from a distance. So I'm just like, man, I'm not trying to confront you in a violent way. I don't want a violent thing. It's not that serious. Like, it's just an election, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you're just, but yeah, they had they were across the street. They had signs saying Trump's a Nazi and everything. Yeah. So they're like, he's a Nazi, he's a Nazi. Like, I got the video's going to drop. You'll see it. It's a crowd of people. And I'm just like, and then, so I wanted to know what's up. So I actually found a Jewish Trump supporter, a female Jewish Trump supporter, and she's from the Bronx. And a lot of those Jewish people think that it's messed up that they'd even say that, because it's like, it's not the same thing. You know what I mean? It's like disrespectful to their relatives and their grandparents and stuff like that. You can't just throw around. You could say, I don't like Trump. That's one thing. Oh, I don't like him. I don't like him. Okay, cool. But you can't bring up something like the Holocaust. And then there was another black guy there. So I said, I was trying to relate to him. So I was like, it's like bringing up slavery. You don't throw it around. You can't just throw the things around. And because we were out there outside, people were holding up their $1,000 phones. That's not no Holocaust. That's not no slavery. That's not no oppression. They have clean water. You know, you guys know, who've been around the world, who's watching this right now. Overseas, they don't have clean water. In Afghanistan, they didn't have clean water. Mm-hmm. So things like that, like overseas, they're really poor. There's real poverty. You know, they have bugs on food and all the types of stuff. And they still eat it because they're like that hungry. When I went to, I think the commissioner was talking about it, but I'm actually in Oregon right now. So those 2 ballot boxes that were burned was burned over here. It was Vancouver, Washington, which is the border, and then there was Portland, Oregon. So it was close to each other, and they burnt the ballots and stuff like that. And see, the thing is it's crazy because you can't really chalk it up to liberal or conservative, because there's a lot of anarchists over here. Just, you know, Antifa, stuff like that. So you can't really say, oh, it was left or right. And then also people are paid for it. But still, it's unfortunate, you know, that those individuals' ballots were burned. I think one box had I would say like a dozen, and they tracked those down. And then the other one, they didn't know. They said if you dropped off your ballot after like a certain, I don't know how close you guys watch this, but it was like after 8 a.m. or whatever it was. So they've been tracking it and trying to track it down, but it could be anarchists, it could be a kid, but they're still investigating it. The only reason they said it could be close is because Kent could win the congressional seat, and he's conservative over here. So he's close to winning it. So that would be the only thing, is if Kent gets in there. That's why they could be mad at. But I brought all this stuff to say is like I was over here in the Pacific Northwest, and I offered some seafood, expensive seafood. They got some good seafood to this one guy, and I was like, "Yo, you said you're hungry. Here's some food." And then he said, "I don't want this. I want money for booze." And I grabbed it back from him and I threw it in the trash because people don't understand. Overseas in Afghanistan, in Iraq, those people are actually hungry, actually need something. So and like the obviously the troops, the Marines, Army, Navy, all the troops that fought for our freedom, Air Force who fought for our freedom are in my hearts, but also they don't understand a lot of the reasons why I'm here today and other troops are here today is specifically because the Afghan people, and they're disrespecting the Afghan people because they were our interpreters overseas as well. They said, "Hey, do this, do that, blah blah," and they cared about us, and they did those things for us. So like, I just have respect for those individuals too, and it's just like I feel like we're losing. I know I've went on the tangent, but I just wanted to explain this, that we're losing a lot of grip on humanity for other people who are having our backs, because if it wasn't for them, a lot of us wouldn't be taken care of and be able to come back and tell the story of these great heroes like I was telling you about earlier. But yeah, it's there was a lot of people over at that rally in New York who were just ungrateful, who I know that they weren't traveled, they haven't seen these experiences, they haven't seen real poverty, they don't know the sacrifices that you two make every single day and have made for our own good and stuff like that. So it was just so disrespectful how they were and how they were acting and how they could compare Trump to any type of dictator. It didn't make any sense. It's definitely not the same, and it's disrespectful to everybody who has signed that dotted line, who went to fight for our freedom. So but I also know from my military, my Marine Corps experience, somebody yelling in my ear and stuff like that, that's not going to affect me. I'm not going to let nobody affect me because I have my mind on the bigger mission. And if I stay focused, I'm able to come back and tell you all that story. And I looked better in that situation. And they say, "Oh, well, they could yell all they want, they could ring the cowbell all they want, but I'm coming back and I'm telling the story, and nobody could say that I didn't save face when it came to those situations." So, but yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, they're lunatics.
We're gonna have to get you a cowbell that goes in your song. So, yeah. So that was New York, right? T. That was in New York.
Yeah, it was in New York at the New York rally. But I spoke to everybody. I spoke to, like I told you, I spoke to Jewish, I spoke to liberals, I spoke to conservative men, women, people from Jersey who came up to New York. I spoke to a lot of the Japanese and Chinese support Trump. I don't know if you've seen those videos.
Yes,
have you seen those?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, because I don't know if you realize that the world wants Trump in. Yep. they know he was respected. I'm not necessarily liked by everybody, but he was respected. They're laughing at us right now. Yep. They have overseas, they make jokes about, they have like their own Saturday Night Live type of thing in different languages, and they make fun of Biden and Harris.
Yeah.
They think they're jokes.
Yeah.
But that's why I just go, you guys are lunatics and you guys are crazy. Do you really see Harris sitting down with the world leader try to negotiate to not nuke us? I don't see it.
No.
Yeah, and you don't have to like Trump, you don't have to like him, but you will respect it.
Exactly.
Right. Well, and there's still our service members who are active duty, along with our veterans like UT, and then you've got Jim and I who no longer have our kids, and then the Border Patrol agent, I can't leave him out, Javier. Yeah. Listen, this was before, and I happen to know, if you go look at your numbers, and this is why I like to say this, even if I have to get down on a level that's like with my kid, and I say, a report card. Let's look at your work that you put in. Let's look at your grades. Let's look at, who's teaching you. And do I like that teacher maybe all the time, or does he? Maybe not. But they may be the right person. My kid hated math like for a long time. He finally got a good teacher, and oh my goodness, he loves it. And I'm not comparing our presidency to that. I'm saying that I always say in any subject, be kind, respect others, because I don't want a bunch of us all the same just walking around on the streets out there. I don't want a bunch of the same people going around. We do need everyone, but there's a common goal. And to me, that's respect and be kind. I mean, if you want to disagree, to just agree that we're just going to disagree, then fine. But I hope that you have gone and gotten your information, and you didn't have to have a life experience that altered your life drastically to wake you up and go, life is too short. I mean, life like this, it's gone. Your child's gone. A border agent who could survive did not survive. These are people trained, highly trained. Jim's son as a Marine, Vega Jr., I have to say their names, Riley McCullum, Lance Corporal, Marine, Javier Vega Jr., part of my family, Marine, killed as a border agent in the for mine. It is Army. I'm like getting beat out here right now tonight, but that's okay because I'm the mom. So the mom trumps it all, right? Mom trumps it. So, yep, I can keep it coming.
It's really unfortunate that,
Jim, we don't want them to know it, right? It's like,
yeah. And
I can only do it so many times, but go
really
for it, Jim. I saw you were upset.
That those people missed a fantastic opportunity to speak with you, because it's the diversity of who we are as a country, the ability to have a conversation and grow great ideas from those conversations. And I run into that a lot, not in Wyoming. Wyoming is fairly solid red consistently, but I've been to Pittsburgh, I've been to Philadelphia, I've been to rallies across the country supporting Trump. And it is a consistent, it's a vitriol and an absolute hatred for a man that they have never met. He has never done anything to them. Us having the opportunity and the ability to speak with them and meet with them, you see a completely different person than what the media has portrayed that man to be since 2015, 2016. I think the Joe Rogan experience, that 3 hours, let a lot of people see the man for who he actually is. It humanized him. You actually got to see him. He's funny. He's got a kind of dry, twisted sense of humor, but man, that guy is funny. And I think a lot of people, I don't know if they were swayed, but they saw him in a different light. But there are so many that just don't see that they can't find a single positive thing about him to even give him a chance. And anybody that supports him, they hate you for supporting him. It baffles me. It just baffles me. And again, they missed a golden opportunity to have that conversation with you. Why do you like Kamala? What qualities are you seeing that maybe I'm missing? And we've gotten so far away from that, you can't have that conversation anymore, which is such a shame.
Well, we have the conversation because we decide to go do things like this, where it's coming to you from Patriots Inside the Wire. You can check us out. You can go to the site, just like T mentioned, YouTube TV. T, you mentioned that earlier. I keep saying T. So T is TMR, the Marine Rapper. That's what it is, everybody. The Marine Rapper. The Marine Rapper prefers a certain platform. You will find him more there to go check it out. It's just the ease of it when you want to go live. I'm actually in a studio software, you name it, with an actual broadcast company now. We're bringing radio on soon. So in order to juggle all of this, going back and forth, when you're out there, T, I have no problem putting out anything. And I know Jim does. Well, you know what I mean. And Jim doesn't either. So Jim, I happened to get a phone call in regards to everybody. If you want to reach me, please do not send me something on Facebook or whatever. Please, like, you can get me just leave comments like right now. You can do that. Send us a message here right now, whether you're on Instagram, whatever you're on right now. We will have this roll out. So as we're live as a video, audio, and a broadcast. So after tonight, this will stick around. You can go look at the live broadcast. Not only is it already on a channel, I don't like to give that channel. It is not mainstream media. I say go to YouTube, go to Instagram, go to your socials. You'll find it. But I say go to YouTube to find the actual video. But I want to remind you each as we're here, it is dropped into a commercial level podcast, meaning audio only. So as you hear me slowing down my words, I have to do that because, again, it will roll out. So Jim is used to that. So, again, you're on Patriots Inside the Wire. That is Patriots with an S, Patriots Inside the Wire. If you're inside the wire, you're doing good. That means you're safe. Patriots to me, those are people. So welcome aboard. You do not have to serve. You do not have to be an officer, a first responder. You have to be a person who is there respecting and in the community, whatever it is that works for you. And then again, I'm just like you, T. I have people, come on, let's chat about it. I'll get you on and chat. There's somebody who will love to get us both on and give us their opinion. I'm all for it. I don't want to keep doing me, but Jim, I gotta say this and then stick with us, please. I have something from T that I have to show you, and it is TMR for everyone out there, the Marine Rapper. Check out Instagram and YouTube, please, for the Marine Rapper, and it's TMR. I did not know who he was, I will admit it, until recently. I did have someone who was like, I was in DC, like trying to help Rosie the Riveters and things, and they're like, you still haven't connected. And I'm like, I'm jumping from here to Nashville to radio. I'm working on multiple things. Not that I'm somebody. I'm just saying it's medicinal for me, music, and then helping people. So that helps me keep my mind off of, the fact that someone may not be here. So I know that's what helps me. I don't know for you, if there's someone out there listening and you're in need of help, please get a hold of 988. I want to encourage you. I would rather talk to you. I would rather people see. Do not go to a funeral. I've had too many people passing. It is not the answer. So 988. Jim, so TMR, just like I didn't really look up your information, but I knew enough to know where we were on a plot like that. Jim's the same way. Jim, I don't know if you looked that up, TMR, but Jim, I got a phone call and they said, have you seen Jim's video? I said, what are you talking about? Where is it? They said, Jim, you'll have to fill me in here. I don't know if you went on, is it on TikTok? Did you go on YouTube? What did you do? Because I told you to call me next time and we'll capture that on video and get it in the show. What happened?
Which video?
Something about the vice president right now that upset you greatly, very recent, and you were on a platform. What happened? What is it? Tell us. Don't hold back.
You're going to have to refresh my memory because I've bounced around so much. Which one it is?
You've got several out there then. Okay. Well, a day or two ago, the vice president that is in right now that could be doing the work that they're saying they could do later, who's in right now, you were upset about something regarding this individual who is a female that's running for our election right now as a president who hasn't done a job. You were very upset and apparently went on, I don't know if you were on TikTok, I don't know if it was on Facebook, but she really messed with you hard on whatever it was, and it was just a couple days ago. When did you go on a rant?
Oh my goodness, I don't know where I ranted.
Well,
Usually
just
I
tell us
rant,
what it was. We're just looking
rant
for
to my
the topic.
daughter.
The topic.
It was what the heck was it? She said something that just absolutely set me off.
You
and
don't
it-
remember?
I don't remember exactly what it was. Honestly, I have spewed so much stuff in the last week that I couldn't tell you which one it was. But
Well,
I do
why don't you
remember
give us
one
one
she-
thing? Give us
What?
one thing that you want everybody to listen to say, this is why I want you to understand that you're voting for who and why. What is that one thing that riles you up? What is it? Give me one.
Oh, she is an absolute failure. And she has, this is probably the one that it was. She has repeatedly said she would not change a thing, not a darn thing. She can't think of anything that she would change over the course of the 4 years. And that one, absolutely. I mean, that is a kick in the gut to me and the 13 families.
Yeah.
Like, you have got to be
Yeah.
kidding me. And she is,
Yeah.
her claim to fame is she was the last one in the room. She was there for every important decision. And I take it personally, and it does, and it depends on what I'm doing or where I'm at, but sometimes it hits me a little differently. And I do get vocal sometimes, and I
Good.
when I get rolling, it just kind of comes out. But I have a lot of things to say on that topic. And it was after I had just been in Pittsburgh, and so it was right after I came back from Pittsburgh. And that one is gonna irritate me just as bad as Biden when he said he lost no one during the debate, that no one died during his administration. I was sitting with friends watching it. I had to actually, it's like, did he just say what I think he said? I trust a little bit. We were in a bar and watching it on TV, so
Yep.
I kind of let things flow a little freer than I should have. But it's like, I cannot believe he just said that. And it is just, it's a constant repeat, and it just rips that scab off every time they do it. I honestly, in this administration, I have not seen one quality about her that would allow her to be in the position she is or running for the office that she's running for. She has been a monumental failure as a vice president. She has been completely absent the entire time. And I got to say this again, too, to both Biden and Harris. It's been 3 years and however many months now since Riley died, since those 13 kids died in that blast. You have had 3.5+ years to make one phone call, to reach out, condolences, or hey, anything. We have not heard one thing from either person in this administration. And that to me is disgusting.
Oh, wow.
That's a failure of leadership. He is the commander in chief, for crying out loud, and she is his number one, and not one time have they reached out. And that to me is disgusting.
No, I saw your face, T. Now, Jim, you
No,
remember this. I
can't
want to
believe
say
it.
this
I can't
again.
believe it.
They did listen, I want to say this, and Jim knows that I say it from the heart when I met him. Because the Rosie the Riveters they worked 65 years to get a Congressional Gold Medal. And I was able to go with another female, and we helped them. And I said to Jim, I said, wait a minute, you might be the first Gold Star parent I have ever met that got Congressional Gold Medals. And I said, because he's talking about he's never heard from them or anything. And I said, because I have a situation with Mike Johnson, not a bad one, a good one. I just speak up. The video's out there. Go look. Jim's laughing. I didn't know. And I'm like, these women have to sit down. The rows are all reserved in the front, and the CNN, you name it. 118 years old. Listen, y'all, I see an elderly woman standing up, people that need to sit, and you're still out there in a room with Biden and you can't make it. Too bad. Give me the seats.
Yep.
So I walk up to the fourth person, right, Jim? And I'm like, they're like, oh, go talk to him. Go talk to him. And they were all him. Fourth one, I was done. I was like, I have voted. I have paid my taxes. I am done. I am sitting. I don't care where they're at. I don't care what's going on. I want these ladies to sit, and guess what? So do I. So if I need to sit that bad, we need to do something about this. And damn it, I pay my taxes. So you work for me. And he looked at me And he like turned, and then he turned around back at me and said, "Go over there and take those signs off that say reserve." Wait, here it comes. I have not put this out yet on video. I've got it. I go and sit because I'm finally like, okay. Now there is a congresswoman who literally was like, "You're not allowed to sit here." And I'm like, "Yeah, I am. I've lost a son that was serving. And even if I hadn't, he served for the rights for you to even be sitting here anyway." So I'm a truth teller. I'm rolling. Film. Out the door. The first person to jump up on that stage. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Wait,
That's the guy.
that's not head of security. He is not head of security that I just went up to. That's Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, everybody. So, yeah, I got it on video and I still haven't released it, but I just know that I don't go there. It takes a lot to push me in a corner. I tell people, look, I don't say the F word, get bail money if you hear it. Never been to jail. It's just a phrase I use. But what I'm saying is, I couldn't stand there. I'm not a person who can stand there and watch something and be like, that's just not okay. You know, just as people. So, yes, I did it. So, hello, Mike Johnson, wherever you're at. I'm the one who told you why you got your job. So, Jim loves it. He's laughing down there at me. It's truth telling. Come on. I pay taxes. So do you. And I want everybody to understand this is not like a contest we are voting for. This is a real life. I hope for you a great thing coming in the future. I don't want to see more bad things. So, Jim, T, I got to ask you what my experience was. Well, Jim, we were live when this happened. I said, Jim, I don't think I know another family that was given a congressional gold medal like that right after. I said, so, I mean, I don't want to say this. I'm glad that you have it. Like, treasure that, because that is something that your son serving needs to be honored. But to me, that was it. That was the, we screwed up. We are sorry. Maybe we're not sorry, but take this. Here's your prize. Bye.
Yep. And as beautiful
Right?
as it is, and as wonderful as it was that for the kids to all have that recognition.
Yeah, I love that part.
There is also an emptiness with it. And not even because I agree. I think there was a lot of that was just, here, take this and go away. You know, this is going to appease you. And it sucked that we lost those 13 kids, and it's wonderful that they were recognized, but that was a 20-year-long war. How many others did we lose in similar horrific ways? It's hard for me because I care about all of them. I want to remember every one of them. And I'm so thankful that my son was recognized, but there's an emptiness and I hope the other parents don't get pissed at me for saying this, but there's a shallowness in receiving that yes, Riley was worthy of getting that recognition, but it just doesn't feel right, if that makes any sense. There's something in me that I've got to battle with and try to figure out why I feel that way, but it just does feel empty and hollow.
Well, and I hope I didn't do that to you. It's just that I try to look at every angle, and I was like, wait a minute, because I've been in, unfortunately, a lane you're in right now for a little bit longer. That doesn't mean it's better. It means that I have figured out where I need to go to get my voice heard. And I decided I got to get up and fight. We got to make some changes. So that's the course that I took. And so when I said that to you, and I'm being respectful of all the families out there, listen, I'm going beyond military right now. None of us should be losing the amount of people we're losing. It's awful. It really is. I mean, I can go back further, between COVID, the things that have happened to us in our country, everything, every bit of that. We have a lot that we've got to put back together.
Yes.
So, Jim, I agree with you. And I do know that, it hurts my heart, but I was like, wow, these ladies have fought for 65 years just to get recognition that they actually went and worked in World War II and got a pink slip and said bye. I was great. My grandfather got back. I'm here. So he made it back. But I thought, whoa, wait a minute. You got some quick action going on there with that. I'm glad you did. I mean, I respect that. And I think that's wonderful. But it also made me go, wait a minute. I haven't talked to a single family yet that has had that. So I think that's what it was. And I'm just going to say it's Tracy. You don't have to claim it, Jim, but I know you do. You say, yeah, I recognize this. I do. T, I met Jim, and I have to say Darren's name out there. Darren is someone who was very, very vocal. Have you seen that YouTube video? It's at like 9 million after Arlington. And what happened when Trump came to Arlington?
Yeah, I saw that. Whistling Death follows me too, so I saw that early and stuff.
Love that guy.
Yeah, when I went out there, one of the things that I was contested on, they're saying that Trump has disrespected troops on numerous occasions, as well as the whole comment to John McCain. How do I feel about him as a commander in chief? And I said, well, I go with actions, and the only actions that I saw from Trump is him actually spending time with y'all, showing respect to y'all. All the other stuff is hearsay or whatever. And I'm just like, hey, all of us are military guys anyway. We're grown men. We can handle it. I've been called an idiot since the first day of boot camp. I don't care. You know what I mean? So I'm just like, whatever. I don't care what anybody says to me. I want, because everybody's saying stuff. I want to see what people do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
look at this, T. Here's a letter to the president. That would be Biden right now, and Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris and Biden were invited, as well as Trump. It wasn't something he just decided he was going to show up.
Okay, that's the official letter.
This is the official letter. This is the truth, and they decided not to go. That is the truth right there. So I have the official letter.
Why are they? It boggles my brain because I don't understand it. I don't get it.
Yeah.
There's the letter. We were able to get that.
They claim they were never invited, and that is proof that yes, they were. And yes, Trump was invited, and it was the Hoover family originally that.
Darren Hoover.
Yep, through Governor Cox that kind of kickstarted that and invited him to come. They wanted him to be there, and then it just got blown so out of proportion, and the confrontation that they claim happened and stuff. Well, if there's no audio or video of it at this point in the game with the media and everything else, I call BS. It didn't happen, or it didn't happen the way you say, unless you have something to back it up. Similar with the statements that they claim Trump has made over the years. In this technology-driven world, if you don't have something that can back up what you're saying, other than somebody that is pissed off that he fired him, then I don't hold any credence to a lot of them comments and the reports. And they each week here in the last couple of weeks, they keep throwing more stuff out. And why did you wait 3.5 years to all of a sudden the week before the election, you're now going to drop something? It's like, yeah, we've seen this game play out every election cycle for the last 20 years. So.
No, so I wanted you to be aware of that. I'm glad I got to pull that up there.
Yeah, it's so sad, but like, how could they make sure that they reach out to podcasts and entertainers and rappers and singers?
Yep.
But they can't. You see that you are, and see, I'm in both worlds, so I get it. But like at the same time, for me, the military supersedes all the entertainment stuff for me.
Yep.
So I don't understand how can you reach out to all these rappers, all these entertainers, all these actors to show up to your rally within 90 days, because you were only promoting it for 90 days, right? So we already know the time schedule.
Yep.
But you couldn't even anywhere in that 3 years, you couldn't just call somebody.
Yep. And they missed
or a letter like, hey, I don't know how to word it. I know you guys got secretaries and stuff. Send a letter, something. Yep. And I don't think it was that hard to do, but they made sure they that they did a whole bunch of self-serving stuff when it comes to the entertainment and raising like $1 billion, but they don't care about the people who are protecting them. But then when it comes to their life and their safety, they're like, oh yeah, we need to really do an overhaul on the Secret Service. Oh, because you only care about yourself.
Yep.
That's why. That's the only reason. Oh, we want to turn down the temperature. Oh, now you care about turning down the temperature when it's you, when your life is on the line. But you didn't care about the 13. You didn't care about the Afghan troops. You didn't care about the Gold Star parents, all of y'all. And so like it fuels me like all the, I'm just, you know, it fuels me all the time. I think about it all the time. And I just think it's so disrespectful. If it wasn't for our troops, our strong military, we wouldn't have a great country how we have today. We need to not forget that, because I look at all the other countries with weak militaries, what's going on? They have a weak country. Their country is crap, you know. But and you it's like you can't even say thank you. So it's just like when they said, oh, what about Trump and what he may said about suckers and losers and the McCain comment and this and that. I'm like, I don't care about anything anybody says. I care about what people do. And all I saw Trump do is lots of actions and actually corresponding with the people. And if you really wanted to reach out to somebody, if you really wanted to send a letter, if you really wanted to make a statement, you could have. You didn't even show up. And it shows that they're godless, because she didn't even show up to the the Catholic dinner. She just sent in a video, a sacrilegious video with the girl from SNL.
And I don't know if the rest of the country even knows this. She was not at the dignified transfer when our kids came home. She was nowhere to be seen. And I said this in my original video on YouTube when we were all pissed off about Arlington. Like, you have been a monumental failure for 3.5 years. 3 years since my son died, but 3.5 years you have been the vice president of the United States, and there is not one thing that you have done. Nobody can point to one thing that she has accomplished in those 3.5 years that is monumental or qualifies her for the job that she's running for. And as a senator, I have looked and I'm struggling to find one bill that she pushed through, promoted, that was hers. She just does nothing. I don't understand how half the country just all of a sudden jumped on board with somebody who never got a vote. It just baffles.
And the celebrity train too. I'm like, come on.
I'm sounding a little bit bitter because I don't hate her, but I have a lot of disdain for her and the things that she's done and the way she represents herself and then attacks Trump. That just doesn't sit well it kind of riles me up a little bit.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't hate anyone. That's why I keep saying on here, like, look, maybe she can go do another job, but right now this job and the shoes to fill it are not something that I want to be in, where it's a situation that we've got someone who's already been there. They can step right in and immediately start taking action. And when we have other countries looking over.
And so issues.
I mean, you do know that Putin just endorsed her.
Yeah. And we've got so many issues nationally that really need attention and need to be fixed. But then on a global scale, we're about ready to fall off the cliff. We've got a person that's running who has 4 years of proven peace through strength, a strong economy, strong borders. And then we've got almost 4 years of the other side that has just absolutely crippled us as a nation. For me, the choice is clear.
I just don't see how how people are so like lost in the sauce about this whole thing. She couldn't, like, I don't know if you heard just recently about the Joe Rogan thing. Joe Rogan wanted her on the show, but she said that she wanted Joe to travel to her. Joe Rogan doesn't travel to people. People from around the world travel to Joe Rogan.
Yes. That's the whole Joe Rogan experience, for crying out loud.
That's the whole thing. And then it has to be longer than an hour. She can't talk for longer than an hour.
Yep.
Let alone 30 seconds. Remember when she kept on repeating herself when the teleprompter went out. So 32. It's kind of like, you can't 32. And even when she does have the energy behind her, she can't control it. She can't control a crowd when there's an actual emergency. They needed a medic. I don't know if you saw that clip as well.
Yep.
They needed a medic. She couldn't control that. She can't control it even when the crowd is hyped up. She said everybody say their own name. And it's just like, we don't need somebody who has no control to control our nation. It makes no sense. And just how Vivek was saying, it's not necessarily Kamala Harris. It's the machine of the Democrats holding onto the puppet strings, trying to hold on to this long dynasty that they've been having since Obama days. That's what's happening.
Absolutely.
That's the whole thing that happened. She doesn't know what's going on. She's been on the podium, behind the podium, drunk. You could tell, because you can obviously tell, especially when you could hear her different speech patterns. She was absolutely drunk when she went there, and it's disrespectful to the American people. That she can't travel and she can't do more things, well, more than one thing at once. And then also, you got what? Trump is 80, doggone near. Trump is almost about to turn 80, 20 years older than Kamala, and has done how many?
That guy makes me feel bad about myself. I wish I had the energy he has. My goodness, he is a machine.
50 something days straight, no days off.
I think it was 58 or 59 days in a row. Yeah.
And
not just
no days
one,
off.
it's multiple.
Some days he does 2, and then some days he does 2 plus the a press conference.
Yep.
He did a thing with the he did a press conference from he did a press conference from a garbage truck today in Green Bay, Wisconsin, before he got on the stage with Brett Favre.
Yep. That was classic. That was beautiful. I absolutely love that.
That was great. So T, like, we won't say exactly where we're at, but Joe is someone that we're looking at and we need to get a hold of. He mentioned a couple things on his podcast with Ron White was on. He did not know who Bob Schneider was at all. I hope you're going to tell me you do, T.
The comedian, yeah, of course.
Bob Schneider, though. Bob
of course,
Schneider. Yeah. Okay, so let's not say where we live, but anybody that's in this area, I'm like, I need to go teach him a few things. You didn't know that, didn't know where to get his ribs, and Ron White's like, don't anybody tell Joe Rogan, because then you're going to give up our secrets. But we'll be doing a
you're kind of giving it away right now. You're kind of giving the location away right now.
Well, listen,
unless you talk about the Midwest.
It's to Joe. Somebody's listening right now. Joe, get some real people down there in the studio. We'll go. I'll go. T will go. We'll get in your studio and we'll tell you some true stories. Let's get in there and get some people in there that have actually had some life experiences. I'll do it. I'll get in there. But we do have Patriot Fest coming up, which will be UFC, MMA. I really like UFC and MMA, y'all. So I'll be like this. I can't sit still. I'll be like, oh yeah, go. So I'm all about it. We get like celebrity matches going. We need to talk to Randy Couture more, but that's our person. And then we've got some other ones that have been out for a while. But upon doing that, we've got our vendors, our patriots to come in, and then headliners, a few bands, some food trucks. You know how it goes down here. So Patriot Fest. Patriot Fest is for the people. That is something we're building. So yes, I will go to him. I will remind him how he knows me. He knows me through a fitness equipment company, actually. So people, don't let your heads go somewhere they shouldn't. It is it's about a fitness equipment company. And when they started out trying to do UFC, they were asking every small business owner, can you donate this? Can you give this? And I did. I'm going to remind them, because I don't have what I had before COVID, because that's gone. But I'm fine with reminding him. So Patriot Fest, everybody, we're trying to get through the election. I do have many people getting in touch with me, and we are happy about it. But Patriot Fest will come. T, I think you might need to MC and like pull that along. I don't know how you feel about UFC and MMA.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah, no. So one of my lieutenants in Iraq, he actually was in the UFC. Have you heard of Brian Stan?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Really?
that was my lieutenant in Iraq. Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I'll be done.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, there we go.
I was with so like I told you, war reporter. So I got attached to different units, and the unit I got attached to was 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marines out of Camp Lejeune in North Carolina. So I went overseas with him, and then I ended up just randomly being attached to his unit, which is crazy.
Nice,
That's
nice. So that will come. So stay tuned for that. I do have the Marine rapper TMR. Need to lower my voice. TMR, I have your song. We are going to play it. Normally on Patriots Inside the Wire, we have a lot of veterans. I don't say a lot. We've got some very dedicated veterans who support and say, you need it, here you go. We do want to announce that we're trying to get through the elections right now and have our shows about just information. We are not trying to sway. We want you to have the information. Tell people the real facts, the true information. Go see what TMR is, the Marine rapper, there on Instagram by going in the streets, talking to people. I want you to do that. He does have a song that I'll play here in a minute for you, and pull up our pictures. We do that at the end of every show on a Wednesday. So if you're going to tune in just for the podcast, as far as audio, anywhere you want to listen to a podcast, you'll find us. And you can check out the show and just listen. I encourage you to go back. You look at what would pull up. We do pull up real pictures of real situations with people that you will see. So TMR, the Marine rapper, it has been nice catching up with you, and you just checked another box. So UFC, ching, like that is therapy for me too. That's therapeutic. So it goes right. I'm like music and that, and then the ugly tattoo contest and all of that will be, we gotta celebrate. We are going to celebrate after next week, and I am looking forward to it. So we will be adding radio back. That's the thing. I'm not going to tell you a station. I'm going to tell you we're independent. We like being independent. So I have made a deal where I will pay, just like I pay a broadcast right now for airtime, I will pay for my radio time. So anyone that's out there that you do have music, Patriot oriented, I would be able to get it on charts because of that. So it doesn't mean just veterans. I'm going to tell you, stick by for the radio. Listen, that's 15 to 20 minutes. It's a song and a story. You won't be an hour and a half into a show if this is not your subject. This subject right here, like we can go and go and go, but just on the screen having the commissioner step out of an oil and gas meeting to say, his dedication has been every last Wednesday. We are a Go Texan certified show. Go Texan is a big thing here. We like to support our local food, our local business, our individuals, our farmers, and take care of them as well. I don't know if you've done your research on that, T, but that's not a good thing. And my little brother is no longer here because of what we call Biden's land grab. There's a lot of land that is being taken. There are now 21 farmers a day that take their lives because of this, taking their land. So this is very personal with me. It is Land Grab 30 by 30. They keep changing the name. It originally started as Biden's Land Grab. I'm not making this up. My little brother is not here. Strongest person. I mean, I helped raise him. So, yeah, you see, I don't like to talk about me. It throws me off there. But I'm getting these messages like 2 Army represented and 2 Marine. And I'm like, yep. He's behind me. I got up there. I also, the Border Patrol agent was Marine too, though. I see that message I'm getting right there. I may be outnumbered, but again, I think I trump it because I am the mother. And you're the father.
Give you that, but man, it's
you're the father that raised
right
yours.
There.
So when you raise one,
the Marine family is pretty incredible. So
well. It's not about what branch. It's not about even if you did serve, but you really
Absolutely.
need to understand what happens in our military. And listen, if I'm going to say it, y'all know that I tell the truth. I've got a child still here that will not be joining the military. I think that we have done our duties. I do have a person that's serving right now through someone else that's very, very, very close with me again. And that's about all I can handle. I will not, like my youngest son, Cash, named after Johnny Cash, of course. He can't. Like, I would make this joke and people take it too far. It's like, no, I will break his arm, but I really won't. Listen, I love my child. He is wise. He is an old soul. Losing a brother, we forget about siblings. So the program that we have been trying to push is let's get veterans in touch with those siblings and put something together. Because I have seen my own child react because he's like, why would my brother join? Like, there's nothing for us to go to. We get stopped immediately. It's like, no unit, no nothing. It's like, well, where do we go? What do we do? Like, it's just gone. Right,
Yeah.
Jim? It's like, I'm like, oh boy. So a sibling scholarship is what we'd like to work on, and including siblings in activities and get some things going, which is around this neck of the woods, which I happen to know that T might be in this neck of the woods one day. I won't give away
One day.
secrets. I won't give away secrets, but I happen to know. Tai is part of the show behind the Patriot security team. He's serving down at Fort Sam. I can say that. As a matter of fact, when you might come through, T, I might have to get Tai out. So he just joined. He's known as the Washington State Freedom Runner. You can all look him up since he was 6 years old. He met a ranger that was passing, and it affected this child so much that he said, I'm out, like since he's little. And now he's the one in active duty. And so we say thank you to him. And he called me the other day and he was like, it is weird to have people say, thank you for your service. And I said, yeah, I mean, mine is, it's weird for me because people always feel like they got to say sorry. And I'm like, don't say sorry to me. I got a sign over that says, put sorry into action. Don't say sorry. Put sorry into action. It's over there. I got a couple of them. It's another Gold Star mother. We all kind of agree on this, that we can do something if we can all come together collectively and understand what is going on and give the true information, give the true facts, right, Jim? Right, T? I mean, did you happen to serve? You know, we mentioned 2 wars, Iraq and Afghanistan. I'm wondering about the same sand, if it was pounded. So under 2 different administrations, being the Bush administration and then Obama in Iraq. You did? So you were at OIF or OEF or both?
Both.
So was Adam. Yeah. Sergeant 2-Step.
So like that's why, you know, the connection between me and y'all is so personal because I was there.
Yeah,
And
Adam
so-
was there.
And then you know, we're you know, Adam was there, I was there up into the withdrawal. It just seems so personal.
Yeah.
Because it's like, you know,
It just wasn't a good deal. I wanted to remind everyone about Stop Loss, Stop Pay. I lost a lot of time with him. He got stuck over there. No pay. A lot of bad things happened. If you start talking to people that were serving, you'll understand what I'm saying. There were things that happened in that administration to people serving that people still don't know about. I know if I've got a child stuck in Iraq that calls me and is like telling me things that just as a parent, Jim, I'm telling you, you would have, I was like, do I get on a plane? Like, what am I going to do here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a hold of a congressman and started working on it. Thank God, you know, his colonel was an amazing individual. It wasn't there till the end. There's always one, right? When he was going to Afghanistan. And then one day I'll tell my story. I don't do it unless, let's just not do me right now. How's that? There's a lot to that one, just as there is the Border Patrol agent. There's a lot of similarities there. in the vehicles that are used and why they are used. You really need to pay attention. We don't know who's in the country right now. And then as a family that we had the border agent on, they went through a process. There is a process that you can go through here. We want you here. If you're going through that same process, you're doing the same work that we've got to do. I'm not saying don't. I'm saying there is a way to do things. There is a way. There's a way and there's a reason that we need that structure to go forward. And the amount of structure we need right now, I just hope you really all listen and don't do this thing that I keep hearing where it's like, but it's a first female. Oh my goodness. And I'm like, like, come on. Like, you're making me speechless here. That is no reason. We've already had a female in there. So do I want to see one day? Sure. If it's the right person for the job. It's a resume, people. Check it out.
It's going to sound really horrible.
Seeing it.
No.
I am very much, I raised daughters, for crying out loud. I've told this joke before. Riley was my prettiest daughter by far. The kid was a good looking. And growing up with older sisters, that kid could rock a dress and they'd put makeup on him and see his little. He was a good looking little girl. I support women fully. As a commander in chief, this is for me, and you guys can tell me to go pound sand, but I want a woman who has had a child, who understands what that sacrifice is or will be when you make that decision. And I think that's where Harris is so disconnected from our families, or she doesn't know what that feels like. You've got to have that bond and that growth and that experience.
He is not wearing a dress. Sorry.
He's not. And you know, I may be way off my rocker on that, but that's what I want to see. I want to see someone who has raised a family, raised a child, sacrifice those parts of her life, because it is, being a parent is a sacrifice. Kids can, you know, I don't know how we survive, let alone our kids survive, because our kids put us through hell. But it for me, that would be an achievement worthy of, okay, let's see where she goes and what her policies are and so on and so forth. I may be completely wrong, but I feel very passionate about that and this is nothing against women who don't have children or can't have children. And maybe there will be someone that steps into that role who can fulfill it. But for me right now, being so new into this, losing a child, man, when you put yourself in a position where you can make that judgment call, or you can put kids into war, man, you got to know what that's going to feel like on the other end of it.
Exactly. I agree. I totally agree.
I agree, but I do want to say this, Jim. I want to tread lightly here and say, for those out there who do take care of children that may not be theirs, I look up to you, because I have been in foster situations as a child, and to have someone take in a child if they're being treated well, I do respect and appreciate that part. But I know what you're saying, Jim. You're talking. But I do want to shout out for those that take care of kids that really need help. So I understand where you're going with that, but I'm doing a shout out because I know that.
And yeah, it's a balancing act for me there, because I agree 100%, and I know some.
Oh, I know you do.
Stepmothers, and
this is me watching your back.
Yeah,
and mine, but it's
part of my heart is like, man, before you are in that role and you take that job, man, you got to know. And even though, yes, she's, you know, a stepmother, but I've just never seen that compassionate side of her. I honestly haven't. I have not seen that caring, nurturing. I think that's the biggest thing, the nurturing side of a mother. I mean, a mother is a beautiful thing. I want to see that success and that compassion in who our next woman candidate will be. And, you know, eventually we will have a woman.
Not in the president's seat. Not in the president's seat. I want to say that again. Not this time.
Yep.
Maybe in the future, but not right now. They've already been in. This is what I want to like. Listen to me. Emphasize this. They're already in. They're already there. If you can do this next time, then you can do it right now. Go do it right now. Like,
Yep.
turn around and prove to me that I am wrong. Go back while you're in today. Do something. Don't sit there and say Bidenomics, borders are like. There's
Give
a
me
lot
4
of
years
them.
to fix what I broke.
I don't like putting down people, so I'm trying to be very respectful here. I don't want to be like the people, T, that you ran into that were
Oh, they were
disrespectful.
horrible.
There is a way to get along. Like, we're not all going to agree on everything, but we can agree on one thing, and that is we're all human. We all have mistakes. We've all done things that, we may want to take back, but we still want to be able to take care of each other and give. He'll come back, everybody, because I've got him on Instagram right now. I'm juggling back and forth because he's on Instagram. And I won't play a song till he comes back. But Jim, we are in a situation. So 5 days. We've got 5 days.
Yep.
And yes, I mean, I knew that had to be what it was. That, when you were upset about the statement that was made about doing something, I was thinking it has to be that. I hadn't seen it, but I surely thought, that's definitely what it is. So hats off to you, literally. And then from there, I mean, you have some words you'd like to say. We will be here November 4th. Let's not let them forget that. There is a film, a documentary, and there he is right there. So this film that's coming, there he is. There's T. There he is.
Oops.
You
He's
got
good.
it.
I told y'all he would because I've got him on. I did Instagram just for TMR. So we will have on Monday, November 4th, before the election. Listen, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Nevada, yes, some country, Arizona. So we're looking at the congressional candidate. We're looking at Moms for Liberty. We had the Triple Martini Productions reach out. This is a veteran that did a documentary on Donald Trump. So when people are literally buying out the whole theater just so no one can go see it. And then it has been banned literally in multiple states. Yes, this is true. And shut down. So when they got a hold of me, actually they got a hold of someone else who was like, I know someone else who's totally okay with talking about politics. Listen, y'all, we do every subject. This is just about taking care of people. Yeah, the whole thing. So as of the 30th, in New Jersey, it's not in a theater. So I said, listen, I can't squeeze it in tonight, but I want you all to go look. There is a documentary out right now. And it is with Trump. It's with Triple Martini Productions. Chris Martini. We're talking about a veteran here that does a lot of producing, directing with the films. And they'll be on to give us the inside scoop. But this documentary is out on YouTube right now. So I hope, there it is. The Man You Don't Know is right there. Grandfather, humanitarian, patriot. Just the first 3 minutes into it, I knew immediately what this was. I want to show you something else. There's been 2 people that have seen this. It's an original picture. I am not old, but someone else in my family has this. There were not phones that had cameras on them during that time. Again, but the reason that I got it plastered on what it is. If you take a look at that picture, what do you see there, Jim?
I'm too far away.
Get you some glasses.
Is that you in the little blue, in the little circle?
Well, I'm in there, but what's the big thing in it?
No, the elephant. The
Elephant
elephant?
in the room. The
Gotcha.
elephant in the room is there with Trump before The Apprentice, before going in to be a president. Look at that. That's what
That's
it is.
pretty.
It's an original picture. An original picture of Trump. He doesn't even know I have it. It's of Trump, and it's the first time I've shown it. I think I showed it to you, T, and I've shown it to one. Was it you?
Yeah.
Okay. There was one other person, and they got it. They were like, "Oh," I was like, "Yeah, the elephant in the room, right?" And that was before everyone was watching The Apprentice or, loving him
You
for
said
that.
that
And
you were
then
old, so I was trying to pick you out in the picture.
I'm in there. I did that
I
because there's
see
a
you
lot
now.
of people that will take it. So I was like, I got to make sure it's not taken.
Oh,
It's
gotcha.
on my
Gotcha.
X account. Yeah, X, for people that don't know what that is, it is not a drug. X is formerly Twitter. And for you who are out there who might be a little older, MySpace used to exist. So MySpace and Twitter had a baby, and now it's called X Spaces. You can go on to X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, no longer MySpace, and have X Spaces. That's the brainchild of Elon Musk. Within X, you will find, literally, I have found. Now, watch where you go. It's like anything in life, but if I want to find some true information or I want to work with someone that it's actually easier than you think to go around the red tape. Let's put it like that. But a chief of staff, like you mentioned earlier, you said secretary in regards to somebody there. I can't remember who we were talking about, but a chief of staff. So I wanted to show that. But T, I'd like for you to wrap us, not literally, unless you want, but I meant wrap it up with what you'd like to get out there and what you'd like to say, because 5 days we will be seeing what's going to happen.
Absolutely. Yeah. My battery's dying. That's why it cut out. So I had to plug it up. So it's perfect time, perfect timing. But what I wanted to say is, everybody, if you have not already, definitely go out there and vote. If you love this country, if you want this country to thrive and rise back up once again, definitely need to cast your vote for Trump, as well as my journalist brother, JD Vance. Me and JD Vance actually went to the same Marine Corps school. So, like, we did the same. Yeah, so JD Vance went to school like almost a year before I did. So we went to the same journalist school in Maryland. So in the Marine Corps, me and JD Vance did the same thing. We both were reporters. But yeah, definitely want to go out there, cast your vote. Only 5 days left. If you could vote early, vote early. If you can't, definitely want to vote on voting day for Trump to make sure that we really save this country. We need to save this country because it's in a lull and we need our respect back. But yeah, my main thing is I'm getting out there on the road, talking to people, letting them know all the benefits of doing that, and letting people know the real person and not the person that they're just putting out there in the media, who are just trying to speak contrary of Trump and all that. So, but I know many people. I know myself, friends, family, all that, who have been affected in a positive manner by Trump. So if you guys want to talk with me, have a conversation. I don't care if you're on the other side of the aisle. We can also do that too, but do it quick, because I got 5 days to convert you to vote for Trump. But go vote for Trump, and you can find me on my social media at the Marine Rapper everywhere. And I just appreciate both of y'all having me on here to talk, because like y'all are like, if it wasn't for y'all,
family.
a lot of the inspiration for my music wouldn't even be there. Like, y'all inspire me on a daily basis. I think about y'all all the time. Like, I argued with people in the street for y'all. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, "What about Trump and this and that?" And I was just like, "Yo, don't forget about, our fallen 13 and all other fallen troops and stuff like that." So we gotta keep on remembering them and showing respect towards them. So I just feel like so honored to be able to have the opportunity to talk with y'all, because that is my purpose. That is my reason for being, is y'all kids. So I just appreciate that, and that's it.
I sure
We are
appreciate you.
too.
Thank you
Right,
so much.
Jim? Jim, well, let's do his song before his phone dies real quick.
Absolutely.
And it's called The Patriot. For everyone out there, stand by.
I'll see everybody.
We're going to show you a picture. If you can look, you'll see Riley's picture. You'll see Sergeant Two Steps. You'll actually see T's picture too here. We're going to play it and then show you these pictures. If it dies or does not, he's got his phone there, but this is actually TMR, the Marine rapper, right here. We're going to show you the pictures.
You know what I should have done is I should have put like a playlist of all the songs that I made. I made a lot.
Well, we've got a lot to do. You saw that intro. You know me. I need to have something that's like in the kind of loud.
I'll tighten you up, but y'all have a good night.
Yep, I'm playing your song. Wait 1 second. Just see 2 pictures. Here you go. Everybody's silent. The Patriot by the Marine Racer. The Marine. There he is.
Right on.
I love that. I love those pictures. Beautiful. Oh, you grabbed a lot of. I need to send you the song, the other ones that I did for them.
That is the Marine rapper right there.
Oh, you did a whole slideshow. I appreciate it.
Yes, that is the Marine rapper there. And that is his song. You can check that out. There he is. That is TMR. Let's get his face there. But I wanted y'all to see that too, and him serving. Were you surprised? Did I grab some stuff that?
I'm not surprised because I know what photos are out there, but like I really do appreciate it. Yeah, definitely.
Appreciate
I need to put together a thing because I have like some like. I've done a lot of songs for
well, we could use it.
I've done a lot of songs for Jen's family, so I don't know if you've heard all of them. I have some slower songs that I've done with some singers and things like that.
No, I'm still looking for a Sergeant Two Step song, so I still haven't found it.
I just met you about not too long ago. So
well, there you go.
That will be in the cards, definitely. So definitely.
I want something to roll in the show and roll out.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I got you on that one. It would be my honor to do that.
Before you take off, I have to ask you a question. I haven't seen my daughter Rose pop in yet. 2021, she found you had some shirts for sale. You had the praying hands. And the 2 swords.
Oh,
you had all 13 kids down the sleeve. Do you still have them? Yeah. Do you still have a shop? Are they available? She would kill me if I didn't ask you, so I had to ask you.
They're not available, but they're not available to the public. They're available to y'all.
Oh, I love you, man. I love you, man.
So, I think Tracy, can you send me the contact or whatever, wherever I can contact you about sizes and stuff, Jim?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
But because I want,
I'll give you mine. I'll give you mine.
Because I had talked to her. I had put it out it was a limited drop. And then I think she might have messaged me on Instagram or something, but yeah. Can you connect us, Tracy?
No.
Okay.
Of course I will.
Okay.
As long as I get one. As long as I get one too. So I'm gonna a plus one, 13 plus one. So
Roy said if I didn't ask you anything else, I better ask you about that. She hasn't forgotten.
For
like,
sure.
oh my God.
I got Royce's back. Royce is a sibling. I'm all about the siblings. Y'all saw Cash in there, my boy that's like 6'2", and I'm like, oh no, I'm doing this again. And that's the reason that I am, is because the next generation and the following needs it. But you can find the Marine Rapper TMR. I suggest Instagram. That's a really easy way to find him.
That's where I'm at. I don't like.
That's where he likes to hang, and that's why tonight we are live right now on Instagram. So what I'd like to say that we need, TMR, from you too, is a shout out to follow the show, subscribe, check out the YouTube and Instagram. Yep. At Tino's The Reason. Like, I was literally, my accounts went away for a very stupid reason that I was used during a debate, literally.
Oh, don't worry about it. But like,
we're building.
We're gonna turn that around. We're gonna turn that around. But
back up. So we're just glad that you're all here. I love our ex. Right now, I can see you, and I can see you like wanting us to keep going, and like I'm all about the spaces in there. So if anyone doesn't know what that is, you can get in touch. But we'll go for it, Nick. Send me quite a few musicians, and I'll get them on air. So we have radio coming again. Patriot Fest is what we'd like to look at. Sponsors to pay the bills and maybe eat a little bit of food too. So as we're rolling independent now, I'm like third person right now. I'm like, I could not go into an actual building like 9 to 5 anymore and like be like, okay, I'm the one that's going to be leading the strike. Like, we're going to do something about this. So I can no longer be in that atmosphere. But when are you going to be in a different area? Thank you for your service. So our Patriot Security, we are very grateful to them. They're our keyboard warriors. I don't know if listen, look, everybody's probably looking at me. These are pistachios from the cancer I had, and I'm good. I'm good there. I beat that one too. It's pistachios. My saliva glands aren't so great, so I have to create extra saliva. So I keep putting pistachios in. I've got a message over there. Someone's like, what are you doing? Like, are you dipping or whatever? And I'm like, no. Pistachios. Creating saliva. So it's the old tricks from when I could sing. So I got to work on the voice again. But it's been great. I love having you here. They want to know when you are heading, where you're going. Where are you going after Oregon?
Well, that would be OPSEC, but I just want to say, thank you for everybody having me on here. And definitely, if you do not follow Patriot Inside the Wire and all the other platforms, definitely do that on all the social media networks. Again, thank you so much, Jim, Tracy, and everybody else who tuned in. And definitely let's not forget that if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here today. And everybody have a good night, and we will see you next time.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Patriot Inside the Wire, do not leave yet. I've got one thing we have to roll out before you're allowed to leave, literally.
Oh,
on
me?
the software. Yeah, here we go. We're going to roll this out. Don't go anywhere, T. This is why. This is what you're going to change to. Thank you for joining Patriots Inside the Wire tonight. PatriotsInsideTheWire.com. You can check us out on the podcast. Check out the audio, the video, whatever you'd like. We want you to tune in next Monday night, November 4th. Check us out. We're going to be live. We will have the director producer for the film for Trump. We also have Moms for Liberty in multiple states. We hope that you vote. We have enjoyed having you. Thank you, TMR. Thank you to the commissioner. Let's roll out here, and here it is.
Thank you for watching another episode of Patriots Inside the Wire, hosted by Gold Star mom, Tracy Two-Step. Help us broaden our reach. Like, subscribe, and share.
Don't stop me, Roots! So I'm my brother Two-Step.
Well, Jim, it has been great. I am going to end it here in a minute. We kept TMR for quite a while. We were lucky. We got 2 hours out of that. We got probably 20 minutes with the commissioner. I know that it was hard to hear him, but to reiterate what he's talking about is, MAHA, Make America Healthy Again. There is a situation with the water right now. I'm not trying to scare anyone. These are facts. This is the information that came right out of reports that you can see too. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it was hard to hear him, Jim. It was really hard to, I like that he stepped out for the people on a meeting like that. When they're campaigning, I mean, what you get is what you get, and you usually get good. If someone's going to exit to be here for the people, I'm all about that. So, Jim, I'm glad that we got the commissioner in. Again, pay attention to your water and what's going on with that, and the fluoride. It's not just my state. There's some things going on there. I'm not here to scare anyone. This is not scare tactics about voting. This is about agriculture. So that was someone who's head of agriculture who goes to other countries. I thank him every last Wednesday of our show. And we're Go Texan certified. That's a big thing when you're in Texas. Being able to be Go Texan certified, being a small platform. But Jim, before I end, I wanted to check in with you and see how you're doing. I reached out and want to check in and see what you'd like to say without us having anyone here in regards to, I know we did the rollout. I did that so that we keep our audio and video going. We're on software and a station. Everybody out there, you can still hang with us. This is called After Hours. This is updates with Jim and Tracy after hours. But Monday, we will have the actual director and producer on about this documentary. And boy, the more that I have seen, it is Chris Martini. I'm just like, whoa, this is a lot that came my way. And I appreciate the person that sent it. I've done a lot of different things with her, and she's actually doing some things to take up for my own son. So I'll get with her and get some information out about her too. I don't know that she would want us right now as heavy of a subject as we have right now. I'm not sure that, some people are comfortable and some aren't, but to me, it's part of our society when we need to talk about a healthy debate. So if you don't agree with me, that's fine, but do your homework, get your reports, get your information. I can go directly to some sources, but listen, it wasn't that hard for me. You can do it too. So I encourage others to reach out and get the real truth, the real information. And just as the commissioner said, Jim, our Senate, our Congress, our schools, it all starts in your state. So when you go to vote, even locally, it is extremely important that you pay attention to what's going on. In particular, we're post shutdown. I don't even like the C words. It includes cancer and the other one. I don't like either of them. They both suck. My own opinion. That's a whole other show. The things that we need to do right now, Jim, in order to move forward. When I heard that you were upset, I knew. I was like, oh boy, like it's either what you can reiterate those words. But I thought it's either got to be one of two things that I absolutely know about. So, and you can repeat it. It was, for me, it was that we have not lost anyone in the 4 year administration. And I'm like, wait a minute. I think I'm up in the number 25 as far as deaths and burials, literally.
And I think it's been a rough week or so for me anyway. Riley's memorial was October 23rd. Okay, he died August 26th. Gigi had the baby September 13th. So we postponed his service until October 23rd, where she was able to fly and could be there. And in doing so, I think it was upwards of 80 Marines from the 2-1 also came and attended Riley's memorial. You would think after 3 years that it's just a day, we're past that, but my goodness, out of the blue, those emotions hit you again, everything. And then Gigi's birthday was just yesterday, and there's so many memories and things attached to all that. And then Facebook, I love it, but those Facebook memories, when they pop up, they're crippling. So I'm dealing with all of that. And then to hear the insensitive garbage that she spews on a regular basis, it just, like I said, some days it hits me a little bit different than others. And I was on one that day. It's like, oh, hell no. Oh, I just kind of, I'm going to have to go even, I don't even remember what I said exactly, but no, it rips the salt right off the wound. And like I said, it's already an emotional week. And then to feel that again, and to feel that absolute disrespect, it is disrespect, zero compassion. And okay, Riley's not here, but there are parents of the 13 who still have kids active. You're like, man, you are so tone deaf. And there is the compassion is the only word that comes to mind. There is zero compassion from you. There is no heart in what you say or how you view us. And you've proven that now in the almost 3 years and 4 months, whatever it is, to never reach out. You just don't care. And that's the part that hurts the most. You just don't care. It was Biden and her, it was the administration, but now she is front and center, and she has claimed that she owns it. She wouldn't change anything. So yeah, it's all on your lap, lady. You said it, you believe it. You are the last one in the room, and you're running on that. You're so proud of that fact. Well, you're going to get a little bit of wrath every now and then, because it is not just to these 13, to you, to everybody that we've lost, over the course of 20 years, the Border Patrol. There is just no sympathy, no empathy, and no compassion whatsoever. Like I said, I don't hate anybody. I don't dislike anybody, but man, you're pushing the limits on how much I can tolerate you by the things that you say. And then when they're attacking, and then, I mean, it just keeps compounding, because they're attacking all Trump supporters as we're garbage, or we're, fascists. Like, come on. You say you want to unite us and you want unity, but just like him going across the street to speak to people, it's hard to unite when you won't even have a conversation. Right. She's the same way. She refuses to have that conversation. She refuses to reach out. Granted, yeah, we're pissed, and you're going to hear some things that you don't want to hear, but sometimes you need to hear those things to help you grow and become better. But the whole administration has just refused to acknowledge what they did. And I think that's the reason why they won't reach out, because that is an acknowledgement of, yeah, we really screwed up. And we are responsible for what happened. They keep playing the blame Trump game, but you can't. And I get that. I've actually lost friends over, well, no, this was Trump's plan and Trump did it. It's Trump's fault. Like, one, you're following only what you hear certain people spit out, but you can look to when they were sworn in, took the oath, and then it started about April 14th, and you can see everything from April 14th all the way up to the day of the explosion, and that was not Trump. Those are all decisions made by the Biden administration that led to the catastrophe. The way they pulled troops out, when they pulled troops out, they didn't honor, what the Doha agreement. Well, the Doha agreement that Trump had was no longer even valid, because I think 4 out of the 5 things the Taliban had failed to follow through on. So And that's a whole nother show or 2 weeks worth of show to go through all that. And again, it's not hard to find. I've got a little bit more information front and center from CENTCOM and the meetings that I go to and things of that nature. So I do have a little bit more in depth than the general public probably does, but you can look it up pretty easy. I'll tell my kids about it and they'll look it up to follow through and see what I'm talking about. And they'll get that same information. So it is out there. You just got to be willing to put your bias aside and really, really look for the truth, look for the answers.
No, so yeah. I mean, I agree. And I knew that it, again, it's not, if you know my number and you text me, you can text me, Jim, and like that, I'll see it. Or you're like, we need to get this out there before the 5th. We've got 5 days, as the commissioner clearly pointed out, because it's just been nonstop. We're juggling quite a bit. And then the director that's coming on Monday, it's not just him. It's going to end up being Stephanie Phillips, the congressional candidate out of Nevada, who I actually used to live in Nevada, like Hawthorne, Nevada. No, that's the country part, Nevada. So I did live there. She will be on. And then we have Mrs. Williams, who's part of Moms for Liberty. She's also part of the Republican women's group there as well. And we're looking at someone else out in Pennsylvania. So we've got a few key states out there that we want these voices to be heard. But when they got a hold of me about this film, I said, actually, I didn't know. I did not know that this was happening. So I've spent a good amount of time in the last 24 hours trying to figure out, when we could schedule like a time. And so I'll have to get a hold of you, Jim, like that. Watch your phone there. I'll send you a text.
With my phone, by the way. I just saw.
So am I. But we might have. Yeah, well, I pushed it to say Monday. I said, that's right before the vote, but this is out there. This is a documentary. It is on Trump. It is about him being a grandfather, a humanitarian, a person that has served, a person that a lot of people loved his work. And then, he decides to jump in and go into politics, and that went into a whole different area. If you saw that interview, the part that I caught was not on mainstream media. The part that I got is, going from one situation where you're a business individual that's loved, especially on the show that was The Apprentice, and then all of a sudden you're like into this situation where it's like, is that surreal? It's like, yes, very surreal, versus being around celebrities, versus being around business. Yes. And then, but he's already been there. So that won't be the surreal part. The part that will be is getting to go back and knowing what needs to be done and already being there. And he's not going to be able to run again. So who's going to get in there and actually take care of business? Listen, you know what I already say. So that's Trump. You may not like it.
Sid hit on something earlier too. I don't know if you guys caught that.
It was hard to hear.
Where he's their transition team actually started about 3 months ago, and Trump is paying it for himself. No federal money. He's doing this himself, and he started about 3 months ago. And the reason I brought that up is you just touched on something. He's been there. He understands the game now and how it's played. So he's not taking any money from anybody, because that's all corporate lobbyists, which helped him put in the players that he had in his last administration. Well, we saw how, dishonest some of that was, and how dishonest some of those people were in his cabinet and people he appointed into different positions. So what they're doing now is absolutely amazing. They're going to put in the people, and Sid touched on that a couple, on how he's interviewing people and, hey, where do you stand here and where do you stand there? And if you don't answer right, then nope, we don't want you, or, our pool's getting a little bit smaller, but we're going to put the right people in. And I want to say Trump actually said this on the Joe Rogan Experience, that he didn't know what he was getting into and how bad things were, but now he knows. So I'm excited. I'm praying and hoping that he does win because he does have the experience. He's been there and he's seen it for all of its good, bad, and ugly, but he is putting together a presidency and a team that is absolutely going to make America great again, safe again, and healthy again.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
the people that have joined with him, RFK and Tulsi Gabbard and Elon, I mean, good grief. That is an all-star cast of Americans to right the ship, so to speak.
Well, I have something here. It was hard to, there's some of the, like, you had reverb. It actually was not me. The commissioner had a lot of reverb going on there. So it was hard to hear. It was not me that had the reverb, but I'm making sure that you are now repeating what you heard. So that's what I'm doing. I'm making sure we get this information out. I want to make sure that you understand that. And what I can do is read to you what has been given to me. And that is, well, number one, there is someone that's close to us, and there's a veteran that's in the Army. And tomorrow there is a service for Mr. Ray Jefferson, Army veteran there around the New York, Albany area. And so we wish him and his family so much. I know, just losing people is sad. I'm going to read you the 15. It's a list that was sent to me. And after that, I'm going to let you know about this film and the documentary. And Jim, you should have it in your phone in regards to the documentary.
Yes.
Anyone here, just tune in Monday night, just the conversations. And, there's so many emails, but I finally was like, just send me a text, send me a message. Got to talking. And so Brandy's someone who sent and said, you need to talk to Tracy because she will definitely go there as far as unfiltered politics. And then that's what it is. And it's when you so many people, we've got Tony Noun here and several people coming in, but they sent a list to me and said, this is what is going around. And let's see that what you think about this. And it is 15 signs in regards to Trump, and they're barring a black swan event. So we'll see what you think about that. Number one, the LA Times refused to endorse a candidate for the first time in 20 years. Number two, Bezos refusing to endorse Harris, the vice president. Bezos wants a more conservative writer at WAPO. I hope, and if you don't know what all that is, we can look it up. Celebrity endorsements are literally backfiring instead of working like they once were. I mean, I am not going to vote for someone because I've got a singer that's up there, the younger one or the older one. I mean, you're great at what you do, but no, I'm not going to go vote. And it influences our younger generations. And I really want to stress, I really want you to do your homework there. Number four, Trump's one interview with Rogan got more views than every one of the vice presidents. She's in there right now. The vice president's interviews combined, total combined, more views. Number five, the mainstream media has stopped talking policies. Instead, they're using the fear of war, the different words. I'm not going to say what's here to win. And in regards to the two individual names that, again, I'm not going to go there. I know y'all know who that is, and that is a situation that is sad. I really don't think that we need to be going there on that. We need to be respecting what has gone on there. I do. Republicans are leading early voting, which does not happen that much. You might think that it does, but it does not. Number seven, the tech CEO, several are calling on Trump, not our vice president, one being Tim Cook, there's something there. Number 8, European stocks have dropped 7%. Whoa, since late September due to the fear of Trump's tariffs. Democrats are losing both the Jewish and Muslim votes.
Yes.
And that usually is an area, again, I'm not going down someone's religion or anything. I mean, I believe in what our kids served for. So your rights, your freedom of speech, every bit of that, I want you to have it. Number 10, Trump rallies in blue states are bringing in record-breaking attendance. And people they bring up Coachella in a negative way, but there was over 100,000 people in record-breaking attendance just because they wanted to hear what was going to be said. The vice president, and of course they have her name in here, and I just want to refer to say the vice president because right now that person's in office and could do something, and they're not doing it. So I want to keep reminding you of this. So the vice president right now has lost a vote that is in an area that bothers me to even go there. And it's about creating a divide between different ethnicities. That's just something that is a sore spot. I know what it's like to grow and be in situations you want to be in. You do not use people in their backgrounds. I don't like that. But right here, the numbers are showing this. So you're going to have to maybe fill in on this one. I'm glad we got Patriot Security in here for all you keyboard warriors out there. Tim Walz playing Madden, streaming it on Twitch. The final score was 0-0.
Did you watch any of that?
Heck no. You know that I didn't. Number 13, from April to September, the Trump branded merchandise on Amazon alone has sold for $140 million versus $26 million of the current vice president, who could be doing something right now and has not. Steelworkers, the union in Pennsylvania, has endorsed Trump. I want to make sure you hear that. They have endorsed Trump. These are our steelworkers, the backbone, the America of who we are as a country. Just take that in. The Border Patrol union definitely endorses Trump. I know this one for a fact. Not that these aren't all facts, they are. But I'm stressing that again. The Border Patrol unions, these unions of the people who are protecting to serve all of us in our country, they know why they need to be on a certain side. And I do too, because I've unfortunately had to live through things. I don't want other people to have to live through those. So please don't send me your messages making me relive those. I'm already doing it because of something right now. And I think it's very, very disrespectful. Let me live with the fact that my son isn't here. That's enough. And that was because of the old administration, which that administration would come right in and be working with the current vice president, which many from that administration prior are speaking up. And if you do not believe that that administration prior would not be involved, take another look. They will. Last but not least, I said this earlier, Putin endorsing Kamala. Why would you even put that out there? Like,
Absolutely.
I mean, just the fact that alone, come on. I just want to tell you the truth here. If you don't like me, fine. If you don't like my views, fine. If you don't like the way I look, you don't like my religion, fine. But my son served for every bit of that. And I've always been a person that had to work for everything. I didn't like, here you go, when you're born, it was homelessness. Nobody talks about this. There's the war on drugs. Eventually we'll get into that once we get past the elections, but that's something I was born into. So nobody's talking about that. And several administrations before started to, and that is something that needs to be done. We need to start looking into these other areas to take care of patriots, our people, not just our service members. I know we talk about that a lot, but I do want to stress that we are here for the people. So that was the list right there. I want to make sure that you all had it. Again, the water is a situation. There's the documentary right now out with Trump. You can find it on YouTube. We will be putting all of this out on Monday. Yes, we've been on 2.5 hours tonight, so we've got some heavy hitters that we've been able to get on the show to give you some direct information. And so, as TMR, the Marine Rapper, veteran Marine Corps, just told you, went to that other side just like I would and said, hey, I want to know, how you feel. There is no need for grown individuals to behave that way. So I would love to have that conversation. That's fine. Joe Rogan does get those celebrity guests, but when we get the people that have served, we get people that have that true experience of when they say take an oath, foreign and domestic, and now you have your rights. And now there's the freedom of speech, the freedom of a reporter, the teacher, the freedom of our country and every right, the rights that we do have. So the first spot that goes to is our service member who served. There's an ultimate sacrifice there that is a life, a blank check on a life when you sign up. I never thought I was going to have to be that person. I would trade it for almost anything in this world. Almost. Not just anything, but it's just not a side I want people to know. I don't want them to know what it feels like to be in our world, Jim. I mean, no family, serving or not, that darn commercial bothers me, Jim. I got to bring it up. I'm just like, how am I going to bring this up? Are you aware of, so we've got Senator Ted Cruz running, and listen, I happen to know a lot about Ted Cruz. So another one that sometimes I'm just like, just be quiet. Just be quiet, because do the work that's being done, good. But the other individual that's running is Allred. And there is a commercial that is on nonstop. And do I feel for this family? Of course I do. But this commercial is literally, I saw a young female watching it, not my family, but I'm literally, and used that and said, can you believe that, she could not go do something? The graphic nature of that commercial alone, and to use that family like that, or I don't get that part, because that commercial is heartbreaking. It involves losing kids, but nobody wants to go take away your kids. Nobody wants to hurt your kids. Nobody wants to take that away from you. That's an area, Jim, that I try not to go down that conversation. Eventually, if I need to, I will. But I have a situation where what happened to me growing up, I'm going to give just a little here because it will help. What happened to me and what happens across our... we've had a situation that's been happening when it comes to trafficking, whether that's people or substances, in the way that they come in. I was very young when I had my son that's no longer here, Sergeant Two-Step. The circumstances around that, and me being forced somewhere on a cold slab because of my age and because of a situation, you don't need to know all the details. You need to know it's something that it was against my own will. I'm laying on this cold steel table, just crying my eyes out. And the day I was born, I've always had to be the adult, so I make the joke, I quit adulting all the time, but it is true. Taking care of the siblings, taking care of something. Where are we going to eat? Are we going to sleep in an abandoned building, or can we get in this family until they say you got to go? I have a great family history, very big into music, but I had 2 black sheep on both sides that during that drug epidemic decided to get involved with it. And the kids that came into it I was one of them. And that cold slab, I will never forget this, laying there and begging, just begging, but having other people surrounding me to say, she's doing it, and paying off people to make sure I get in there. They shut the door, the doctor's in there, and you lay down, and, there's a nurse there. I'm begging them. I'm saying, listen to me. I'm telling you, I have always been mature. I've always been the adult. Do not do this. I don't want it. And I literally was fighting there. And that doctor, machine's on. Like I still, to this day, I'm like, oh my goodness, I can feel it. Like the machine turns on and I'm just like crying. I'm like, no, please. Like, please let me go. I'm begging you. Please let me go. And he finally looked up and he looked at the nurse and he said, what's going on? And she said, it's a bad deal. I mean, legally, she is young, but there's people out there and legally you're supposed to do this. And he looked and he said, so there's good people out there, y'all. He looked and he said, I think you might be too far along. I don't think I can do this. I think that the adults need to go see, and I'm not doing anything until someone tells me. Opened up a back door and I left, and I never went back. I was fortunate to go to a college at middle school age. I was fortunate to continue to work and go to school. Kept Adam, who now is Sergeant Two-Step, who has gone forward, served our country, been to war, and now I'm working on something in legislation that will save other people and not bring anyone back. So the reason I brought that subject up, because it's a personal story about me and my son that served, is because that commercial that keeps going around is a subject that a lot of people are deciding they're going to vote for that vice president based on that one subject. Yep. And I'm telling you right now, he wouldn't have been here. And look, he needed to be here. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for him. He raised me. I am what I am because of him. You know, are there areas that maybe we need to figure out some answers? Yes. But I'm telling you right now, the other side of it, that's ugly. So
that commercial is soulless. It really is.
I don't know.
It's meant to, people are going to vote on emotion alone because of that. But the commercial itself is absolutely soulless. And we've discussed our leaning tendencies over this topic.
Right.
There is such a population that is going just on emotion, and that is, they are single topic voters. And it just bothers the hell out of me. And I'm not a very religious man. I have my beliefs and very spiritual. But I will say this with the absolute conviction in me. You can't vote on that singular subject alone and then go to church on Sunday and praise Jesus and be righteous on Sunday only. That just bothers me. My mom was very religious, so I do have a very religious background and a good upbringing. My mom was a fantastic woman, and I think that helped me with my moral decisions and who I grew up to be and how I raised my kids. But that one, yes, there are things that need to be done with it, and President Trump keeps getting run through the ringer on that he's going to do this or he's going to do that. Well, he didn't do it in the 4 years that he was there. He's not taking anybody's rights away. So it is a major misinformation campaign that they're running. And it's just unfortunate that it becomes such a singular topic and people get so emotional about it that they will hate you so that they can make that vote and that choice. I just don't get it. I just don't understand it. Nobody shouldn't have rights, and nobody's taking women's rights away, but there also has to be where it's just not on demand, especially for a 9-month pregnancy. There's got to be some concessions and some leeway and some morality brought back into the United States and the way we think and the way we feel and how precious life is. And I've argued this one time and time again. I have lost a child. Right after I lost a child, I saw the birth of his child. That puts a whole new perspective on how beautiful and precious life is. And I'll argue with anybody all day long about that one. I go from losing a kid to seeing the last living, breathing thing of him being born.
Born, yeah.
You're never going to win that argument with me, because I felt something most people on the planet will never feel within a 3-week period. How tragic and how beautiful life is all at the same time. I wish I could articulate that and express that in a way that people could feel it, which would change their thinking a little bit, because it is so fragile and so precious all at the same time. And so that's where I struggle, and I do get a little riled up in that conversation. And like the Marine rapper, I can have my disagreements with you, and you can yell at me and call me all kinds of names or whatever. I'm still going to hold my composure, and I'm still going to speak to you. I'm not going to yell at you, but if you want to hear what I have to say, then let's have that conversation. Otherwise, you just prove my point that you are unwilling to even have the conversation, and you're not interested in unity or learning or growing together. It's a tough world out there.
Yes, Bobby or Betsy. Betsy, I like what she's talking about, being inept and never done the job well already. So the fact that we're going over and over and over, it's I get it. Again, the person that got a hold of me, that was, I'm going to pull that up real quick. So this is Monday, November 4th. We will be live, and it will be Triple Martini Productions. And if you have not heard about this particular documentary that is there, it's being shown, well, as of today, the 30th. Yeah, today's the 30th. In New Jersey, it'll be pulled, but it's banned. I have a story I've seen it. I've seen what's coming in, and it's not good. It's when you've got people that are willing to spend that amount to just get in the theaters to make sure that nobody else is in that room, you've got that happening, and it's been banned. Wait a minute. Our rights, our country, our Constitution, our freedoms. Why in the world? You're on this side or that side. You want us to start banning anything at all? Guess where that leads to? So that in itself is just unbelievable. I mean, come on. If you don't want to go to the movie, don't go, but give me a break here. When I heard the story and I know the background of what's happening, I was like, oh my goodness, yes, I will have you on. That's what they were looking for, was somebody that was okay with that. And I said, of course we are. We're always okay with the truth. So, and the man you don't know, that's, grandfather, humanitarian, and a patriot. That is our former president, Donald J. Trump. He was loved by a lot of people until going into office. Is he a politician? I say no. He is a person that got into office and realized, whoa, wait a minute. This is a situation here. So does he say things that, I think about this, Jim, there's been times after Adam was killed, and, between the border Marine and then Sergeant Two-Step, I try not to go into mine too much. I was angry. I mean, I was at times, this is why I kept myself away. I did not go around people. It was a situation where if I went somewhere, I was going to take care of what I needed to take care of. And I still do. And this legislation I'm working on does not bring back my kid, but everyone in this country that does not know anything about not having a law somewhere took 15 minutes of working with him to say, look at what's happening here, and went, whoa, wait a minute. There's a whole situation in the transportation department where every law that follows down could collapse because of this. So not only that, the things that are happening in the vehicles, it's the Two-Step Act for anybody out there, the number 2 and then step, twostepAct.com. You can check that out. I'll be going into session here soon. But I wanted to bring this up. So Chris Martini, just the information and sharing with me that, so the individuals that were in that room when the people far left bought out the whole theater were just yelling, throwing things. And the two ladies there, one's, she's got her PhD in psychology. These were very, very educated individuals that were just thrown back by, why is it empty if it's sold out? And then all of a sudden there's 3 people that come in that are just having a field day. I've seen the email and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. This is not good. People are literally, the Marine Rapper told us earlier, people with cowbells, you go and try to talk. It is a hyper time right now. The 5 days are coming down to this, but there is no reason that adults should be behaving like this. This is just ridiculous. It is. I guarantee you've watched a documentary in your life on someone else. Like, this is ridiculous. It's because you don't want to know one side. You want to know only yours. I don't want to know that. I want to see both angles. I want to understand both sides. But then again, not just book sense, common sense, street sense. If you do a little digging and you get your information, don't be afraid to call up your local politician's office. Don't be afraid to walk in there. I can tell you right now, that's what they're there for. So make that Constitution work for you. You are a individual. Don't use the word CITIZEN. I'm not using that word. I am someone who does believe in our Constitution. I believe in our rights, that First Amendment, Second, all the way through. I believe in every bit of it. I just don't understand the whole backbiting part. I'm like, I thought that we had come a long way from the violence part of this. So, but with social media, there's that. And then getting information out. This individual went to several people and said, broadcasts, actual main broadcasts, podcasts, people that would be on a much higher level than we are right now. Remember, we're rebuilding. Just go back and look at some stuff. You'll figure it out. It is because, when we speak the truth like this, some people don't like that. And, so making moves to keep us independent. We always want people to be well, get help. 988, call that if you or someone is in need of that help. But as far as our country, I sure hope you're doing your homework. I need you to do your homework. I need you to understand what's going on. If you don't understand it, you can easily call up. Vote 411 is an app you can look into. Votify. There's so much out there. I don't like to Google a lot of information. I do not go by a commercial. I don't go by mainstream media. I go by the people who are out there, the actual work. Let me see it. There's FOIA. There's a way to get your hands on real information, real reports, real statistics. Now, I'm going to say this. Are there areas that were learned that maybe that wasn't a good choice? And now you understand that, hey, now that I've been there and done that, I definitely know what needs to happen. And so there's where I'm like, wait a minute. That's a very, very true statement. So you can't argue with that one, except for there's an area that they will. I'm going to get all kinds of messages. Please don't message me. I mean, come on. The keyboard warrior thing, don't do it. I swear to you, we literally have security because of this. I'm not going to get pulled into all this. I did tell a part of my personal story tonight that involves Sergeant Two-Step. I felt like it was something I needed to do. We might have to switch roles. The Marine Rapper does his show. There's plenty for me to put out. It's just that I do a lot better at, I can do it for you, Jim. I can do it for others. You put me right here with you. I can lead us in the show for every other subject but my own. Put
Yep.
me in legislation and I can go talk legislation with the all day long. Put me in a situation that's not comfortable, meaning I just shared with everyone right now that I've been on one of those tables against my will. And then my son ends up dying because of something that's happening in this country that shouldn't. And I raised someone to stand up. I raised someone to speak up. I raised someone to say, no, that's not okay. We don't do this. And, you know, there's people out there that are not good. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You know, Jim, someone told me recently, they said, Tracy, let me tell you something, because I have a very, very, very big heart and respect that goes with those that serve, whether that's military, our first responders, our officers, our border patrol. But someone had to say to me, because some things are happening, they said, well, Tracy, would you still be that kind if it was Lee Harvey Oswald? And I said, excuse me? And they said that you feel like you need to be kind and respectful and that you want to be able to understand both sides. I said, I do, no matter what. And they said, yes, but you don't have to put yourself in a situation that is not the right one for you. You don't have to thank them and go up and put yourself in a toxic environment because you feel like you owe them that. If someone's being toxic and mean and just wrong, that's when they said it again. They said, you know, because someone's a veteran, don't everybody out there, I respect so much that this person had to say this to me. They said, Tracy, this person was a veteran. And they said the name again. And I was like, and for everybody out there, Gold Star Family Day is a tough day. You talked to Jim earlier about anniversaries. They are tough days. The days leading up to an anniversary, the day we got the knock at the door, the day that was all of it. It's a lot that you go through when, you know, they watch movies and it's like, yeah, they come to your door like that. And yes, you have all these things flying at once and you got to make all these decisions. And it's like, they don't have training. And when I say they, I mean the other veterans that are your casualty assistance officers. Yes, you get a chaplain once, but I'm like, my gosh, we got to do something here. We need to have like counselors that come every step of the way. We should have people that are advising us of different things. Now, there's good organizations out there. Survivor Outreach Services is one of those for the Army. But the Marines also have theirs too. You know, their FRG, their groups are very good. But nothing's good right now because my biggest thing is I also want to change and add to, when you come to someone's door like that, to give that kind of news, like, that's not okay. I mean, nobody talks about the family members that are gone because of, I have two gone that because they were so close to my son, they couldn't handle it. And, you know, this is a weird thing for me to say. Don't worry out there, y'all. I'm fine. But there wasn't that choice for me. It was get up, go take care of things, take care of them. I love my kids more than anything in this world. Would not trade it. Would I trade that situation? Yes. It just depends, though, on what you're going to try to bargain with. I'm not going to do that. I know that there's a plan. I know what works for me is not always what everybody else is into, but whatever it is for you, whether it's science, information, numbers, reports, I want you to do your homework. I have to go like this because I know what got me through multiple things. And for me, that's what works. So with the siblings, Jim, you know, earlier you mentioned Royce wanting to get, so I don't think you knew who was coming on tonight, aside from the commissioner. I wasn't able to get a hold of you.
I didn't until like an hour or two before we got on. It's like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I can't get you. I'm like, someone else got a hold of me and they said, do you think I could get a hold? And first off, I won't ever give your number out, number one, and you would never give mine. We would have to have a conversation before that happened. Yeah. please.
Yeah,
So I did
absolutely.
not, but I actually think that you would have been fine with this person, but I didn't do it because you're not a phone guy. Like
I am
you're not.
horrible at it, and
I'm
my
not going
kids.
to have mine by me a lot. I don't know what it is. I think, I used to have like 3 cell phones between the working and running a business and then trying to do all sorts of things and juggling kids. I don't want that life. I got a rude awakening with cancer. I got a rude awakening with losing a son, and I've lost again every single family member except one blood relative and my children. So that's a lot of people. I'm talking best friends, cousins, you name it. Like it's been unbelievable. Again, I've got another notice today for a service that is on the 1st. And I'm like, as you know, Jim, this is the 4th one in 2.5 weeks.
Yep.
And I can't. I mean, my best friend, she's like a sister to me that babysat my son. I was like a block of ice. I felt frozen. I couldn't move. I was like, I just can't do it. Since being with my own sons and just I feel like it's going to break me.
Yep.
I'm an honest person. I told y'all I'm a truth teller. I'll tell you that's not a good place to put me. That environment will break me, and I don't think that it's smart. So I have to make decisions that keep the toxic path out of my life. I'm good with taking care and speaking up for others. Maybe I need to work on doing that for myself, is what I'm understanding.
Same.
So that's why they mentioned that name to me. And I was like, okay, well, I don't think I should be going around talking about. I said it to someone after. They're like, you know who that is, right? And I'm like, I think everybody probably does, right? Like, I won't say. You can say who it is. Like, who is the person that person wanted gone?
Back to the phone, and I realize this. I don't even realize that I'm being affected by these anniversary dates, and that it's even coming up. Maybe I thought about it last week, but I didn't really pay attention. But that's when I start noticing that I just disconnect from my phone.
Mm-hmm.
Because
So
it's no news. I can't take anything bad, if that makes any sense. So I just avoid it. I just avoid my phone. Taylor, who has messaged us and he's watched the show several times, one of my best friends on the planet, he just gives up on me every now and then. It's like, yeah, he'll call me back when he gets it. He'll send me 6 or 7 messages. I was like, oh my God, I didn't answer him. And, Thais sent me a couple messages and called me twice. And I saw his name pop up. It's like, oh my goodness, I forgot to call him back. So
I stay in touch with him and, our security team. So I checked in with them and they're both doing well. I won't give their personal information either, except to tell you that I was able to connect and I'm glad that I did. And I did explain that, listen, like I'm the same way actually. So in order for me to be there for you or be there for them or whoever it might be, I was already doing that before he was taken from me. So I find that that's my therapeutic way of being better, is take care of other people. And I'm not against people. I am against the way that people treat other people.
Yes.
That's what I'm against. So I cannot stand there and watch something happen that I know is wrong. And I taught my son this. It's like, I was that way I was like, I'm changing this. We're going to get this right. We are going to change the course of life. We are going to get away from this whole epidemic of, the war on drugs. We are getting away from situations that kids should not be in. We're going to reroute history to every generation of mine that is served. Great. But it only took that one generation to take a step into a world that really knocked out a whole nother life. And it was my only goal in life was, okay, I've got to grow up. I've got to change this and I've got to correct the course. I live with the guilt of, being the one that was like, son, I think the military's for you, unless you're going to be a boxer or decide that you can do UFC or rapping. Ironically, he did do both of those things. Kid here's 9/11 going to freaking like 6th grade or 5th grade. I mean, young. Just looks right at me and says it. And I just kind of blew it off. But as he got older, I realized, man, he has a fight in him that needs to be in a outlet. Not that he was bad, just that he couldn't sit there and watch something bad. And he was not going to let it happen. So, and I don't think we should. I think we should stick up for. I think that we should be neighborly. I think that we can agree to disagree. I don't think you need to be yelling in someone's face. I think we've already had the worst thing in the world happen. So I'm like, people ask me all the time, they're like, you're okay with just going on? And I'm like, yeah, the worst thing in the world's already happened. What the heck is going to happen?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, so next week, I'll pull it up real quick for you. It is, and for those of you who are still sticking in and listening, you need to make sure that this documentary that is out is understood. In November 4th, the director and producers will be on for this documentary. It is out there. You can go to YouTube right now. The Man You Don't Know. For those of you who are watching right now live, I can see on. Go to YouTube right now, and The Man You Don't Know. The trailer for this is out. I actually have the full clip because they're going to pull it. But Jim, for you and I and everyone out there that I want to tune in Monday, I want you to hear what's happening. So I have not seen this in the news. I haven't seen it anywhere until the director, producer team, and the person that put them in touch with me said, hey, there is somebody who will stand up and talk about Trump. There is somebody who will do the whole unfiltered politics. And are we all about politics? No. I know I'm rambling here, but we're getting close. It's 4 days. Is it after 12 where I'm at? Nope, not yet.
Not quite.
So, no. Well, I think I've already given away where I'm at, but anyway, I'm on Central Standard Time. Here soon it will be 4 days. 1, 2, 3. Yes. So November 4th, Monday night, 8:15 Central Standard Time. That's PM always for me. Don't try to find me at 8 in the morning. I love nighttime. I'm creative. So, I don't know what it is. I just kind of stuck that way since he was overseas, and, you know, I had cash and issues at night breathing, but we're getting off the beaten path here. But The Man You Don't Know, the little bit of the I got to watch, because I have the full length and then there's the trailer. So go look at this trailer on YouTube. The Man You Don't Know. Look up Triple Martini Productions. Triple Martini Productions. Under Triple Martini Productions, all that they did was put together information that's out there, and now it's in a documentary. Every one of you, I hope you do go out there before he gets on Monday and you understand a little about what we're going to bring you. From that, we've got Las Vegas, we've got Moms for Liberty, we've got Pennsylvania, and then you've got Jim there. You've got me, and you've got, then we'll have the director and all for this documentary about Trump. Now, that's what I call a power roundtable. Powerhouse roundtable, right? You know where that comes from. That's the old wrestling and terms that we like, boxing and UFC. So rather than fighting with people, I like to go watch it on TV. So there is a big match coming up, Jim. There is one on Saturday. As far as UFC, for everyone else, bet you aren't wanting me to talk about that subject, but I couldn't help it. There's a big show on Saturday. So The Man You Don't Know, I want you to look that up. Look up Triple Martini Productions. It's Chris Martini. They'll be on Monday night. They're in New York. They're going to do it out of their car just because it will be later. But like we we really need to get this out before voting, before the 5th. I was willing tonight to say, just come in and we'll put it back out. And like, no, let's do it this day. And I was like, well, even if I can't get Jim and I can't get someone, we can record. But I really wanted this to be live. And I want you to hear the most basic concept of someone doing stuff in the film industry that has nothing to do with politics has got this out there. And now that person's being attacked. It's like, come on. I mean, I'm like, of course we will have that on. So November 4th, again, join us, tune in live. I don't know what you're doing. I hope you're voting on the 5th. If you haven't already, I want you to do that. And I hope that you'll hear, if you haven't voted and you're on the fence and you're kind of in the middle, that's why we're going to have Pennsylvania, Las Vegas, Moms for Liberty. So when I say Vegas, you're going to have one side. When I say Pennsylvania, and then I have another out of Vegas, you'll have those. And then you'll have the director of this film that was not trying to do anything except create a film. It reminds me of Roseanne Barr. She came up to us recently too. So that's an interesting subject. You do know that she hated Trump for a very long time. And now she's got a podcast and she's like, no.
She's on fire. Yeah, she is on fire.
Well, she came up because of this documentary. And I said, man, we need to try to reach out to her because this is the next level where I'm glad to do this. I mean, we're going to do it Monday. Like, I'm like, yes, we will do it. I am not afraid to do it. I know that Jim's not afraid. We've got security there. We have the access to an actual broadcast channel, the radio station we're in negotiations with right now. But again, we're doing that because we're going to pay. That's what we do to stay independent. So, we had Nick Richardson tonight. Nick, I hope that you reach out in regards to those musicians, both patriots and veterans. I hope that you all tune in on Monday. And if you don't, I hope that you do your homework to decide what you're going to do on the 5th. Have you voted?
Have I? No, I'm a election day voter. I was instilled by my dad. And I just can't let that go. I was going to go today. I thought about going tomorrow. It's like, no, I'm sticking with it, and I will vote on election day. I just can't let that go.
That sorry, like the cancer junk, y'all. So don't be sending me a message. No, I get that. You know, that has to go with the integrity of the voting. You know, some people feel like that you got to do it on the day, like on the 5th, and that's great. There's a reason that I couldn't. So I was like, let me just get in there and make sure that you do know there's an app out there right now. We'll get it out to you by Monday if you don't already have it. But you can literally watch and see as your vote goes in, comes out, where it's going. With technology right now in these apps, there's quite a bit of it out there. Are you familiar with that, Jim?
Absolutely. And I have been today. I can't remember if it was Bucks County or where. And then I think also in Georgia, somewhere there was 168,000 duplicate ballots cast that the RNC caught. Laura Trump, and I forgot the other gentleman's name from the RNC. They caught it and got it taken care of. And then in Pennsylvania, I believe it was Bucks County, a similar situation. It was only like 1,600 votes that were compromised, but they did catch it. So depending on what you think happened in 2020, there were definitely some anomalies that just didn't make sense. So the fact that we're actually catching some of this and 168,000 duplicate votes, that's pretty substantial. So it's refreshing to see that the game is being played fair, so to speak. Gives me a little bit more comfort that hey, you know, people are paying attention and these things are being caught. I'm not saying it's cheating necessarily. The duplicate ballots was like a machine error. It ran them through twice, whatever. But somebody was able to capture, hey, these numbers are the same. And then as they researched it, they realized that, yep, there was a glitch in the machine and got it taken care of. So,
Yeah, I was curious. With you going there, I wanted to hear how that happened. So, no, we have to not just hope for the best. We have to be the best. We have to literally get up, go take care of it. Again, we're glad that the commissioner came in. I couldn't hear. Next time I might turn on captions. I know they're busy and taking the time for us. I'm extremely grateful. I just wanted to make sure that everybody could hear what he was talking about. And the MAHA is a real situation right now. What I was educated on as far as our water, I did not know in depth what he was talking about until their office got a hold of me and like gave me a whole report. And I was like, oh my goodness. I don't know who knows this information. In one way, it's good to have too much information. And in another way, it's like, whoa, what am I going to do here? It's going to be, I'm not a huge platform, we're rebuilding, but will I put it out? And I think I think meeting you, Jim, to keep me going. And then we have production behind the scenes. We have the Patriots head security team. There is a reason we need this, folks. But Jim, you came in at a time where I was like, I think we need somebody else aside from me. And I do focus a lot on music. So I'm very happy to always have our musicians in here.
Absolutely.
But what we really needed was a strong patriot. And I'm not all about this feminist stuff either. I'm like, okay, I would love to have it to where we have a dad and a mom, kids, siblings, and whatever's going on in your household. Like, don't throw rocks at in the glass house. You keep to your business. But when it comes to this part, we can have a conversation. But having you here, it keeps it to where it's balanced for me. So it's like, I need somebody who's going to speak up. I need someone who's paying attention. I don't need to be the only person. I know I talk a lot on here, but then Jim's good at interrupting me, which is good. You should. No, you should. You really should. I need to hear your side. They need to hear your side. I just get so much that comes at me. I'm like, I don't know how to get all of this out, except
I worry about that sometimes when I feel passionate about some things, so I just kind of let it go. And it's like, man, I hope she's not getting just hounded for what I just said.
No. The only time that I did it to a point where I was like, because I was like, I got to interrupt him. It wasn't me. Usually it's me. No, you should just do I always tell people do 2 for 2-step. Let's just do that. Like, hey, I want to say something right now. There you go, people. I just gave you my little thing out there. You see this? That means signaling for help, or I have something I'm going to say. And right now I'm doing that signal right now. People that know me, you know why I'm doing it. Got a situation coming. So after election time, I'll see what I can and cannot say, and probably have to run a lot of it through you, Jim. We might be switching seats a little bit. I technically cannot until it's public record. That's what I could say right now. Something that's happening that shouldn't happen. I hope to God it never happens to you, Jim. You never want someone to question whether or not your kid was serving, whether or not they were worthy of having a flag, whether or not they were. I'm like, my God, how do you have the heart to even approach me?
Absolutely.
It's awful is what it is. It is very, very awful. It's hurtful. It's stressful. It's not just me. It's affecting Cash, who's younger, the sibling. And that's why I'm really big on the siblings. Like, man, you've got to have some pretty big cojones to come at me and say, no, and then stick to it and say, they were kicked out. And I'm like, no, do your homework. If you know
Yeah.
anything about the military, they do their homework big time. Your kid's owned by the government 24/7.
Oh, absolutely.
You cannot do anything. They are 24/7. I didn't have one that was behind a desk, but anybody that is, that's okay. What I'm saying is, if he was not out infantry wise doing war to go to war, he was in war.
Yep.
So he wasn't just sitting around
Oh,
in a
hell no.
room playing
Constant
video
training,
games or something.
constant schooling, constant everything, and then
Foreign and domestic. And
They
I
own
think
you,
it's
and
worse.
you
I
just
think
do
it's
it
worse.
cold, pretty much.
I think it's extremely horrible that someone can go to war and survive and then come back on their soil and not survive.
Yep.
So we've got our 22 a day. That's for our veterans. You know, Veterans Day is coming up too. We've got a show for that one. We'll be live an extra Monday. We usually are always Wednesdays. Wednesdays you'll find us live. But for right now, we're going all the way through Veterans Day. We want to make sure to honor our veterans on that Monday as well, Jim. So we've got that. And then we've got November 13th coming up as well. So if any of you out there would like to be on the show or you have information that you would like to provide, all you have to do is go to the website, which is about to be under construction, so that we can add the radio station and add the actual show into the radio station. So that will be great. Then literally all we do is say, here, go here. And you can go to our social medias and follow all that. We want you to do it, please. We can't go live on TikTok, by the way, because we don't have enough followers. We get enough followers, we can do that. I love going on X and do that live through the station. Radio, it'll be 4 hours a week. That's all that I've committed to. And we won't do it like this, like when we've got a 3.5 hour show. What's going to happen is 2 hours will be our show, whether it's 1 hour and 1 hour or just 2 hours. And then the other 2 hours will be 15-minute segments where it's a song and a story. So you've got a singer and songwriter, both, either or. And then we are going to play their music, and that it'll be actually on the radio. It can be in the charts. We do, that's what's taking so long for anybody out there that does the music business. The charts, and in order to become a part of that association, especially independent, it's not just terrestrial or internet right now. Like everybody's probably thinking, oh, internet radio, it's everywhere. No, you still want to be able to get on the charts. You still want to be able to be a part of the association so that the musicians can still get in and win the awards they can win. So like the Josie Awards were recent. I don't know if anybody knows about those. If you do, then you know music. And that's out of Nashville, where I grew up. We have some big stuff coming up for the show in Fort Worth, Jim. So I might have to see how you're going to get to Texas. So Texas would be March, end of March, first part of April, last weekend in March. The other date is in Florida for the show in January. And that's a podcast, broadcast fest that's going on, one of the largest, and we're being invited to that. So I would be like, I'll ask Jim, I'll ask the others. You know, I mean, I'm curious, but you know, I always say, like, nobody ever asked me for my resume, but I actually used to do this. So, and in a radio station, you're by yourself. So everyone's like, oh, you talk. And I'm like, yeah, you do. Because when you're in the radio station, you literally have to talk.
Yep.
So I'm like, Jim, interrupt. Always interrupt. That's what you have to do. You have to interrupt. And then getting the guests to come on. The way that I've been able to do that is just going back to my old roots. And
getting some
I'm happy. I'm happy on the music part, like the writing side. You know, doing singer-songwriter Sundays was one of the best times I had doing the show. And then we do a Christmas show.
Oh, right on.
That's mid-December, so we've got to start lining up our artists. We want 2 or 3 comedian and a Christmas show. So we're talking with Gunny Claus. That's a Marine Santa for everybody out there. We had him last year, and we'll get with the other podcaster, and we kind of group up is what we do. So, and her name is Brandy for everybody out there on Yes, I Am the Veteran. And she's not doing her show as much. She's producing some for Rosie the Riveter. We are stepping into areas to do shows that, maybe to stay in the middle lane and not to be so political or be heavy in your subjects. They're like, here, she'll do that. And I'm like, yes. And then when election season's over, please remember that, because we still would like to have,
Yes.
I'd love to have on UFC. I need to get back on my musicians because I miss it greatly.
We are super hyper focused right now on the political side, though, because it is so important and it's coming right up. So I don't think anybody can fault us for that.
No, it's just that I definitely need my music. It's medicinal for me. And then the UFC, I can literally like engage and get into that. And then Patriot Fest, I want to pull that off. And then rebuilding a website. It's like all these things are happening and no sponsors yet. I did talk to, there's 2 companies that ironically are Texas based. We'll have to see who's around you. But we definitely need to move towards that area. So we just haven't been able to slow down. I mean, with the election and everything that's happening, my own phone just died. With the election and everything, prior to the election, it was other things working in session. I'll start doing that. So I'm going to be like, Jim, I might have to start teaching you how to get in here and do a few things so that when I'm down at the Capitol.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I might be at the Capitol, and I hope it's federal. The only way I'm going to get up to federal again is if we get the one person who noticed that we have 2 sons gone, the Border Patrol agent and the Army sold my son. It's my son. Should be here. If you can go to war and survive in a war under that administration with what happened, stop loss, stop pay, people not getting paid. This administration right now, the vaccines, people being kicked out of the military. There are way too many reasons that 4 years that someone that can't run again, that's already been there, can get in there. Let's clean house in a good way. We do need law and order. This country's not going to go down a spiral the way that some people are thinking. I don't even want to use the word of what someone was using earlier, like hitting buttons, basically.
Yep.
I do not. That's just absurd to me when I hear that. If he gets in there, then has access to that. I'm like,
they said it the last time. It's like, really? And he gave us the most peaceful globe. It wasn't even just nationally. There was peace across the country. The Abraham Accords and everything that happened there. And, the Middle East was quiet for a long time. That has not happened in my lifetime until, it was comforting. It was, so that whole excuse and fear mongering, it's already been disproven. He's not. He's completely opposite of what they keep saying he's going to do. Or if he was going to do that, he would have done it 4 years ago.
No, yeah, that and the statement that got you too. Oh, we haven't lost anyone since we've been in. I was like, ooh, seriously? Are you kidding me here? Wait a minute, because the people you've got speaking for you right now is the same administration where my son got left. And then now I'm like, how could you possibly say that? I mean, look, I've got people that'll go, but the other side has said this before. I'm like, yeah, I won't deny that. But Do a report card. That's the most basic level I can give you is, know what you're talking about, know what you're voting for, even locally. If you don't think that matters, boy, let me tell you, it does. I got something going on right now that matters big time. Who's our judge? Who's our commissioner? Who's ahead of the schools? I hope that you're paying attention locally, like the commissioner told us earlier.
It really does start at home. I mean,
yeah.
Sheriffs and school boards and everything else. One, your vote matters, but two, if you can make a difference, by all means, jump in and do your part. Run for that office and make the positive changes that we need.
Yeah,
it's been so easy to become complacent, let somebody else do the job, and then just ridicule the hell out of what they're doing. That nobody wants to step up, even if you've got great ideas. One, the money in politics has become such a monumental pain in the butt. All right, I'm just going to say, it seems like a lot of offices are paid for. They're bought. That's just the nature of the beast right now. I'd love to see us get away from that nationally and locally. But yeah, man, if you can make a difference and you are passionate about something, whether it's school board or, state legislature or anything, man, make that leap. Do it. America needs you. We need new life and new ideas and new people to.
And if you don't know in your area who would be the person, then I know that I have what I call a cheat sheet, and that is I go to people that I know that are, if I'm not right in there, they are, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? What do I need to know?
Yep.
What behind the scenes, and they'll tell you. Like, you can easily figure this out. So it's like being a detective. I think I'm going to go get my license, actually. That is one of the things I always said I was going to do, ironically. And I'd love to have a comedy show too. So when we get through this election side, I can't wait to do our music and then our comedy special. So we've got two sides coming that I know that everyone's going to be like, yay, that side's back. And trust me, it's coming. It's coming. So the musicians want the radio platform, and then look, for the whole show in general, I want it to be on our own platform. It is right now, but listen, we have to rely also on social media.
Yep.
And oh my goodness, the one that got me that I couldn't stand was on Joe Rogan. And it was that we need to censor and we need to start regulating our social media platforms, like us right here, Jim, is what she's talking about.
Yes.
And I'm talking about the vice president. She said,
yep.
And I was doing a radio thing that night with my son Cash, happened to meet a veteran. Aaron Lewis is on stage. Have you seen that? I was rolling live.
I have not got to see him with Stained or His Country. I have not got to find him yet, but I love that man.
Well, I tried several times. Here's the problem. I'm going to say the truth because I can't help it. He's a jerk.
Is he?
He's not nice. And if you want to prove me wrong, Aaron Lewis, find me, please, because I can tell you that several times, very easily, I was able to. And one of my son's last things was the lyrics to Country Boy, and said, "Hey, Ma," he'd say, "Ma, check this out. This is me." And how many times we've played that song at services, like right at everything that was going on. We were playing that song. And so I had to see him, and it's hard to explain, right? Because it's like they are a part of your child's
absolutely
life and death
and influence and
yeah. But I'm not a groupie type person, so I hang back. I worked for the Metropolitan. I've done reviews on literally professionally on music and other areas, other venues. Had a magazine. I did these things. I hang back. I know where to hang too because of what I used to do. But Cash was there, my younger son. He was right at the stage. I mean, if you go look on TikTok, you'll see a picture where it's like, it's so close to him but it was
Wow.
with Stained. He was with Stained. Great show, but I'm standing there and this veteran, my phone, the picture that will come, it was dark down there and I was turning on the flashlight. Plus I was getting footage. And the guy by me says, 10 times he tried to tell me, you see that guy in front of you right there? That's his management team. I said, I know. I'm fine. I do not need to speak to anybody. I'm good. It was Stained. It was Aaron Lewis. It was Breaking Benjamin. It was Chris
wow.
Daughtry. Yeah. And I know who Breaking Benjamin is. So for all y'all that think I'm just country, I love music. If it's good music, I love it. I'm like, no, I don't want to go talk to his people. I'm not like that. I'm like, I like the sound crew, the riggers, all the people that have worked between films and music. I've always gone in that direction because that's where my field of employment put me, like the guy that's going to come to us. But long story short, I'm rolling this veteran. I mean, he must have told me 10 times. He finally tells me he's a veteran. And see, this is what gets me. He's like, I served 24 years. And I went, seriously, 24? I'm like, you're really messing with me, man. It's like 24 means together forever without him. I'm like, dang it. He's like, you have to go up there. Look at your youngest son just over the stage. He should be. Aaron Lewis should. He should. He will. This guy's telling me. And I said, I'm telling you, no. You don't understand. I know what I'm talking about here. And he's like, there's no way. There's hardly anyone down there. He's right there. They're right in front of you. By about the 10th time, I said, fine. I looked. I said, you go do it. No. I was like, fine. Walked right up. Hello. Nice to meet you. This is my name. That's my son, Cash, over there. I wanted to show you this. Here's his picture. The veteran over there that's running everything would like for you to know that this is him. This is why that kid's staring at Aaron Lewis, leaning over the stage, because that's his big brother's last words he wrote down on a platform, literally. And it's the lyrics to Country Boy, especially the part about don't tread on me and two flags fly above my head. I'm a country boy and that's what I'll be. So don't tread on me. I know it well. And they're looking at me and you can tell they haven't served or anything. So and they're young. I mean, they look like they were in their 20s. And I know how to spot who's the management team too. But the veterans pointing and going, you're wrong. And I'm like, well, then when you try to dare me and tell me I'm wrong, don't do that. Because then I'm going to go.
It's game on.
Yep. And I'm like, all right, here, my son, not here. That son over there is worshiping him because that's the last words. Aaron Lewis that's up there has never returned anything. And I actually have a connection into that area. That's why I said, maybe he was having a bad day. So Aaron Lewis, I will give you a break right now if you want to talk to us. But yes, you were a jerk multiple occasions. Cash walks over. He doesn't look 15. I'm not kidding. People are like, would he like a drink? I'm like, no. He's 15. And my kid reaches out to shake their hand. So I'm like, of course. So they're just looking and then they look at me and they're just like shaking their head and they don't know what to do. And I'm just like, you know what? It's good to meet you. And we don't meet him and go back to doing what you're doing. And we're good. And Cass is just looking at me and I'm like, it's okay. Go back up there and listen to him sing. We're good. I want to get out of here soon to beat traffic. Well, Jim, the half of the reason is because the dang girls that were barely dressed down there for these young guys they were taking pictures with. I'm like, they couldn't wait to get back to doing that. Now, look, I've been around the scene. I get it. But when you have a story like that, I saw this veteran as I walked back over. He was teary-eyed, literally. He was teary. He looked and he went, I can't believe it. He goes, that literally just happened right in front of me. And I said, yeah, I told you. There are some people that just do not care. So I don't know what to tell you. And he goes, yeah, but I can tell you right now, if Aaron Lewis knew the way that you've been treated, and this is a third time, I said, yeah, it's people. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm telling you the truth. It's just be respectful, be nice, be kind, believe in the truth.
Yep.
And I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you the truth. No, they didn't care. It was like, how fast can we get rid of her to go do the pictures with and just nodding their head? No, thank you for serving. No, anything.
Nothing.
You're a mom that, nope, nothing. Cash standing there. And I'm just like, hey, son, you want to grab water? No, I'm good. I'm trying to like find reasons for him to go.
Right.
So I'm just like, well, then go back and watch the song. He's almost done. So when he gets done, we'll watch some of Breaking Benjamin and then we'll go. And so we get back over and I'm talking to the veteran. I'm standing back. Cash is up at the stage. Like I'm talking, I'll send you a picture, but it's, if anybody's out there, you can find it on a certain platform because I put it out. And I'm rolling and it's at the end after talking to him and this veteran's talking to me and he's like, in all my years of serving for 24 years in the Marine and Army, and then now being the head of something, we were at the F1 track that's here in Texas. It doesn't mean I live in that city. It means I went a long ways to get there, people. But so here's the good and bad. That veteran sat there and was just, it broke him. He was like,
Hurt.
I can't even believe they were that way to you. Like, he goes, does that happen often? And I said, you'd be surprised on the people that just, they don't either know what to say or they're rude or I don't know what it is, but, or they leave you out and it's like, we're weird to be around or it's sad. It's something. And
Or
I'm
if there's
like,
not something in it for them, then they're not going to give any effort. Kind of, yeah.
Right. So if I had maybe dressed like that other girl that was down there or something, then I might have been able to, but I'm not about to do that. Won't do that. But we got 4 days on the countdown. 4 days officially. 4 days. I don't have a cowbell and I would not use it. 4 days. Ding, ding, ding. For voting that you get to vote. So everybody out there, make sure you do it. We're talking about Aaron Lewis right now. So the reason I'm telling you this is because while I'm rolling, Jim, at the very end, Aaron Lewis takes the microphone and he screams in it, and it's vulgar. There are words that I'm not going to say.
Oh, man.
He was like, for all of you blank, blank, blank to the damn blank, blank vice president and saying the name, you can go blank. And for all of you that love Donald J. Trump, we love you and God bless blank, blank, blank America. And I hope you're all, I don't know what all he said, but I'm just like, whoa, wait a minute, I'm rolling. And I'm like, Cash was holding it. So I was like, Cash, because I said, Cash, did you get that? And he's like, yeah, I did actually. And I was like, I couldn't hear it very clear. And I got it. I edited it out and I'm like, whoa, I'm not going to put it on somewhere like Facebook or, you know, they would block me immediately because of the words. But I was like, whoa, he just, you know, someone tore me down on the site too. They were, so by the way, Patriot Security, well, Jim, you're already on that particular site a lot. I've got some haters on it already. So it's up.
Damn.
You'll see someone, they're in there and they're like, I was there. There were not hundreds of thousands. I'm like, okay, I'll give you that. Maybe there was 10,000 right there in that one area, but that whole track area is huge. Like, I am correct. The number of people that went in and out that day is a large number. It's not a small venue. But I was like, hey, I'll give you that. Fine. 10,000. That's still a lot of people. So if it was that extreme that you needed to say what you said, but I don't see it anywhere. I'm like, nobody's pulled it up. I'm like, everybody's kind of shying away. And I'm like, this is interesting. You know, if it's two of the females right now who are backing someone else, I'm like, that would be everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah, I got it out. Y'all should all know what it says because, boy, I cannot play it in here. We'll get banned, but it is on. And I don't normally do TikTok, but yes, I am right now. And it is under Patriots Inside the Wire for things like this. I understand that a lot of people don't like it because of the location. But I'm rolling with it because of broadcasting and podcasting and not buying off of it. I know there's people that are doing that, but it's on there. It's edited out and it's the extreme. I've got that. And I've also got the unfiltered politics of what the vice president said that set you up. And I'm like, while on Joe Rogan, I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. That's right by me, by the way. So, when you hear that, if you haven't seen it yet, because I could have sworn I sent it to you, it's like, oh my God, goodness, I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. I'm like, wow. But all I've gotten is more, it's negative. It's like, just attack. No, it's, he's this, he's that. And I'm like, hey, I know that he can be a jerk, but I know what he's saying. Would I have rather heard Toby Keith say it? I hate that he's gone. It's awful, but I would have rather heard him. Yes. Or, Dolly. I got some people connected to me there in Tennessee. There's some people that I would have rather it come from and maybe take out a couple of the words that were in it. But I don't dislike him. I don't like the way, and I bet he has no clue whatsoever. I guarantee those 30-something, 20-something, I don't know how old they were. I can't tell these days.
Never even knew.
I doubt. But Jim, it was so evident. Like he's like this. He's right there. I'm right there. Here's his head security. Here's his management. And he's looking up. I mean, it's very evident. And I'm there rolling. Oh, it's all of us right there.
Gotcha.
You can't miss it. And there's Cash like able to touch the stage just like right with him like this. Wow. So, and I'm standing there with security and I'm like, it was through the Rock State, KLBJ, by the way. So I got to give credit out there to KLBJ. That is a station that I've done work for a long time ago. And so with KLBJ, great station. Bobby Bones, by the way. Bobby Bones, before he got on American Idol, boy, the stories that I have when I was moving to Texas and had no clue. I had always been not single. And I here was like, whoa, okay. Texas, welcome to Texas. Good people. It's just that, working in a rock station environment at night, the night shift too is like
absolutely.
We did things that I cannot tell y'all. I can't tell y'all some of the stuff we did. Like it's you can't do that stuff nowadays. All our ID, all kinds of there's nope. We did things late into this is probably my issue. Like this is why we're still going. I mean, we would say things through the night that you can't get away with during the day. We would make calls and do things that you can't do nowadays. It's like we had fun.
Absolutely.
I mean,
now everybody frowns on fun. You can't have fun anymore.
That's why we're going to stay independent and find sponsors. And that's why when we do radio, it's going to be through Patriots Inside the Wire and we'll be paying our dues, but we'll be able to get the artists on the charts. But yeah, if anybody knows Aaron Lewis or Stained and someone in it, yes, his management team, the two kids, one was wearing a basketball sleeveless jersey, number 99. It was green. So I don't know what team it is. I do know my sports. I just didn't care to look at the other guy there. I mean, I swear they came up to here. I mean, I'm bad at judging age, but they could not have been more than 30 something years old. So, I don't know, but it's the third time. So how many times do you have to say it's just one of those things and they don't know? And like, well, I've been able to reach people that are much, much higher positions and situations in life. And really, I don't believe in that either, though. I don't think that any one human being needs to be rated over the other, just like with our kids. I don't go there. People bring that to me, and I'm like, we do not do that. You don't compare one death to the other, and you don't leave out the other ones.
Yep.
And that's a big, big issue that, unfortunately, I'm glad, Jimmy, you will never know that side, but you'll hear a lot about it, and you'll end up noticing that, wow, I'm on a side that's had the country great to me. There's some of us that have had people against us, and it's like some of us are taking a stand right now, and guess what happens when you do that?
Yeah.
So it's fine. I'll walk up some steps here soon, but I can't give my story right now. I'm not allowed. So I just want to tell you, be kind, be nice, be respectful, be sure to vote. For all the musicians out there, anyone coming aboard, if you didn't want to talk to me then don't try to talk to me now. Except Aaron Lewis, if you really want to have a conversation and say, you know, hey, I'm a patriot, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. That doesn't mean I have to do anything. I might take your call. How's that? He's like, she's full of herself.
After the third time.
Well, I would sit down and have a conversation and say, hey, do you understand what this is? It's like, let me just educate you a little bit. So,
and that's one of the things that all three, Daughtry, Breaking Benjamin, and Staind, and Aaron Lewis, Riley loved them all.
I know. So did mine.
Goodness, that is awesome. And that's one of the things Riley and I really loved about Aaron Lewis, especially when he kind of did his country thing there. Man, such power and patriotism in his lyrics and his words and his voice. You just sucked everything in, and you felt good because of those songs and that power in his voice. And so
that
I hope he calls you.
Okay, Aaron Lewis out there, and the Staind, since you were singing and the whole band was there with Staind. Yeah, that happened. I got a veteran, 24 years, who's head of that whole area. Here's the good news. The good news is that person witnessed something that they did not believe was true. And so he looked at me and he said, from now on, here's my number. If you want to go to any event here, or you've got something going on, call me. Don't buy a ticket, and you can come in here and see any musician you want. And I said, well, by the way, I have this show, and it's all about musicians as well. So
maybe that's a door that you needed to open at that time, and that's why things didn't go the other way.
I mean, I think it was shock to him. He genuinely thought, no, he's a supporter. I mean, his songs, like you're talking about, like, there's no way. Even the guy that's there promoting him that day. Now I know them. I swear. Like, I guarantee you're wrong. I'm like, oh, please don't dare me. Just don't do that part, because then I'm going to go up and show you. Like, I hope that I get proved wrong, but I was not proven wrong. I regret it. I didn't regret it, but so for Cash, he got to at least, it's only because if you've got a 15-year-old, you got two grown men standing there just kind of looking like you're wasting my time and you need to go. And then he walks up, the first thing he does is want to shake their hand. I'm like, I'm doing something right there. And he had more maturity and wisdom in him.
Yes.
Sorry. I'm telling the truth. I'm a truth teller, Aaron Lewis. So you need to talk to your people and say, the next time a kid walks up to you and tells you about their brother who isn't here, who is serving this country, and you want to
give him the damn respect they deserve. Yes.
You may need to talk to your people.
Yep.
You may need to talk to your people. If you don't want to talk to your people, talk to the veteran that's been there 24 years, head of security down at F1. So, but the bright side, Jim, is that person said, from now on, I mean, I love F1 too. So racing. My grandfather did that after World War II. That's what he did in DeLand out of Daytona. So I was born in Florida, actually. So my uncle and my grandfather both racing now, NASCAR, like back then too.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm really big into that too. So he's like, yeah, between the races, the musicians, and I'm like, yeah, there's a lot that goes on down there. So I was like, well, that's really nice. And he's like, yeah, I live up near Fort Hood. Do you know where that's at? And yeah, I do actually. Because people like us, you and I, Jim, yeah, I have to go to that office for checking in on things ongoing. So,
Absolutely.
and for some things I'm working on, but listen, a lot of bad things happen at every base. Texas is huge. It's the largest Army base there is. I'm giving an excuse? No, I'm telling you, do your homework. It is the largest Army base. Should those things happen? No, but it's happening all over. The young female that was just found, I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
I hate those. I cannot stand this. But we, in our country, this is happening outside of the military too. You've got people that are coworkers. You've got people that are neighbors. You've got people. It's just that this makes the news, and it's like, it's bad. No matter how you spin this, it's bad. But you can't tell me that everyone that works there in active duty, the veterans, the people in their positions that are working with us on this side, outreach programs, like they're all bad. And I should not even approach or step on that base. Really? Well, then that means I can't support the people who are serving. So
Right.
your theory just doesn't make sense to me, because the last thing you do is abandon. You don't do that. We know what that's like. It's like feeling you're abandoned.
Yep.
What boat do you go in? Right now we got Ty's boat. Ty's not far, so he's good news with him. He's with his company, his training, everything went great
Nice.
for Ty. So first time of next year at some point, because of OPSEC, I won't say when, we've got an active duty soldier that is breezing through everything, and that is the Washington State Freedom Runner. Gotta say his name, Ty E. And I always say their last name wrong because I'm country. Eliason. Eliason. He's going to correct me. Put it in the private chat. Eliason or Eliason. Is it my country one, or is it the other? But let's say Ty E. How's that? Yeah, there's a comment. There it is. What is it? What is it? What is it? Oh, they're still, yep, still present. So are we. Hey, yep, on that X. You'll have to repost that. I can see. You know, love us. X is, again, listen, when this goes out to podcast only audio, it's like, what is she? She's always talking about being on X. And I'm like, and I feel like I constantly have to say, no, it's formerly Twitter. There's a lot of spaces in there. It may not be for you, but I happen to stumble onto something. Oh, let me try again. Eliason or Eliason? Eliason? Eliason. E-L-I-A-S-O-N. E-L-I. Eliason?
Yep.
Yeah, so my country is Eliason. Tai Eliason. Eliason, right? All right, Jim, now you'll keep it in check. He was saying there that we do have two Army because our security is Army.
Yep.
Man, we had a show tonight, a big one. We'll have one Monday with Chris Martini, Triple Martini Productions. I hope y'all check out that documentary. They can't take it down from him on YouTube, but he needs to get it booked into, like I told him, I said, hey, the lady that's on Monday from Vegas, like, between the people that she knows and that I know that she knows, like that's the right person to hear. Not only is it about Trump, but it's a film and it's Vegas, and we have some friends in common in that whole genre of the film industry. So documentaries and things like that, like real actual films are filmed a lot in Texas, everybody. So yes. So he'll come on Monday. I think that I'll send you a link he sent me in this story, Jim. If I already did I? It's either to you or security. Maybe you don't have it. I'll send you a copy of this letter of what happened. I'll send you so you can go ahead and look at it before he comes on Monday, because I want to see what you think.
Absolutely.
I definitely want you to see what you think, and then put our heads together out there. You're all still listening on X right now, and I know all of you are probably saying to me, Tracy, start a get on X and do a audio podcast, which is what you can do in there in a space, which might be what we'll do, because we can pull in a ton of people about this. So we might wrap. We're definitely going to have a shorter show on Monday, everybody. We're at 4 hours. I'm being teased now lately, everybody, that I am the longest running talking show, period. And interesting. I just so we just had we had been on, okay, we did that for the Marine Rapper, everybody. So the Marine Rapper on tonight on Instagram, they just cut us off, and it there, so it's not like you can save it. I would have to cut out clips and to get it on there, but we can do that. We can edit and repurpose. This goes into podcast form. We'll break it up as well. So you've got Jim and Tracy After Dark, and then you're supposed to have Jim and Tracy's updates on Monday. And this is a horrible reference, but like Saturday Night Live's weekly updates on a Saturday. You know, you kind of got you got me, but yet we're not, you know, we like to tell, but we definitely are a heavy leaning side. Both of us are heavily leaning on a side.
On Mondays, we balance out Saturday Night Live.
There
We
you
put that tilt back.
Well, till we get to the 6th, we've got November 4th and 6th. So we'll have pre-voting and post. So we have the same congressional person on Wednesday. So we've got November 4th, big team. There'll be several of us. And then we've got November 6th, because that day is going to be a very, very big day in this country. So again, that show and Monday's show, we're going to keep that. But with 4 people, that's going to hit at about an hour and a half. So I'm thinking 20, 25 minutes per guest. Perfect. So, and then you won't hear so much of me for all of you listening out there. Jim, you want to wrap it up with them? We'll just start from now on, everybody. Just if you want to leave when we do the end, or stick around for the After Dark updates. It's called the wind down from a show. This is what it is. We just keep rolling live, and you're a part of it. So behind the scenes,
where we hit the not more interesting topics, but we get into a little more detail sometimes in the
well, rather than having the guests.
Absolutely.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. So, this is good to know. I need people to stop making updates to all the dang software that those of us who've been doing this for a long time know what we're doing. Like, they're changing everything. I'm like, it's everywhere.
What's not broken?
It's supposed to help. I'm like, this is ridiculous. It's horrible. it actually, it's more work. It's not easier. They think it's like a upgrade in technology and it's like AI stuff. And I'm like, no, we're not going to be robots. But yeah, it just literally will knock us. It's knocking us. It's never done that before.
I'll be darned.
It's not going to do it on YouTube. You'll find us after dark, by the way, people, if we get knocked off. And it will not do it on X, ironically. Not ironically, actually. Someone brought that up recently. They said, how do you feel about Elon Musk? And he was at a benefit this last weekend for UATX, University Anti-Woke, Texas. I was like, did I just hear you right? And they said, what do you mean? I said, did you just say what I think you said? And I said, did you mean the other? What did you say? And they said, and they showed me the invitation. They said, I said University Anti-Woke TX. And I was like, seriously? Like, yeah, there's a wing opening at the school. I got to get more details. Don't be sending me stuff, but it really is. I mean, I'm like looking at it. He's like, yeah, my clients are like, have a lot of money. One's Elon Musk and they're going to this gala and all this stuff. He's like, I'm not going to go that part, but I'll go, you know, for the opening of the wing for the UATX, which is the anti-woke part of the school. And I was like, whoa, okay. That's what I was like. Can I see that? Like, I wanted to take a picture because I was like, that's interesting. But I was like, huh, because when you do send them off to school or whatever, they come back different, folks. Sorry.
No.
But all that you taught will be taken right out. It's gone. If you're not on top of it, bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, X space. They're saying X spaces are great in educational. They definitely are if you get in the right ones. So if you get in the right ones, they are. If you don't, then not. And I do want to say this. I have to put this disclaimer out there. I do have a few of you that are throwing benefits, and I understand that, but we have the different labels and the different broadcast teams we're with and the different, it's not guidelines, but it's those who are helping each other. So when I'm getting asked to like give you our guests or give you our connections or can our person tonight come play for free for you at a location in a whole nother state for free, please don't ask me that. Please. They've already served for free, and the first thing I will not do is ask them to come do something for free for you. So I'm sorry. I know you think it's a great benefit, but I can tell you right now, there's a group on the ground in a certain state that's prior military that's been on our show, and I know what they're doing. I know you're trying to do good things in that state, and I hope it goes well, but please stop messaging our guests to say, well, Tracy said to touch base. So, you know, can you come do this or can you do our benefit? Can you come sing or can you come on the show? And hey, people are people. If you reach out to them and they want to go on your show, they do. But what I'm saying is I keep getting messaged in between and it's like 3 people right now. They're like, Tracy, who is this person? I'm like, I don't really know, to be honest with you. Yeah, I mean, the one, I know she's trying to do good work there, but I mean, I can't. I really can't. I can't get you. And so I hate it when I look in here and I see it. It's like, I'm going to have to now send a message to the artist and say, no, Tracy did not say for you to go do anything, especially outside of where you live, for free. They will be doing Patriot Fest. And even then, I would like for them to be paid. So I don't like that. So be careful, please. If you want to poach, ask. So all you got to do is ask. But there's a process you go through to get certain people. I can't break my I will not break my own word and give out someone's information. So please don't use my name and say, because you were on with Tracy and she said, no, Tracy didn't. You can hear it right now. Tracy did not. No, she didn't. I have not said I'll get you anybody on anything, and I can't, and I won't, and I don't. It just so happens that I have been very busy in legislation. That's how that worked. My prior job, nobody went past and said, what were you doing before your kid went in the military? So, yeah, music, behind the scenes stuff. So behind the scenes also for what we're doing right now. Totally different world. Streaming. I kept telling them all, they wouldn't listen to me. You wouldn't even believe the person, what band they're in. And God, I got to tell you this, because I hope nobody's going to watch it at the very end. Watch. Somebody will find this. I'm at something. And the interesting thing is, remember, Jim, and whoever's watching, I have only been out like the last 2 years, and I don't go much. It's very rare. If you get me out, it's because I'm going to a function that was for the radio show, something like that. It's very, very rare. It's usually music or something, recording, guitar or whatever, but rare. Like going to see Aaron Lewis, even though he's a jerk, but maybe he'll prove me wrong. Aaron Lewis prove me wrong. But basically, the digital era, I'm sitting there, and I had already said, yeah, I definitely know what I'm talking about, but I won't give a name. And I'm glad I didn't, and I still won't. Because when I heard other names, I was like, no. I'm like, no, that's not the person. Like, you still haven't figured it out. And if you haven't figured it out, it's confusing to me. If you really are who you're saying you are, you would know in the radio world how this works. You would know in the music world when you want to feature an artist, like who really is at the top of this game. So I was like, okay, I'll go along with this, and went and figured out, no. They didn't know, but I was right. And so now it's like, oh, wait, she was right. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know people. I just happen to work at certain places. Went there, went the full 4 days, because if you know what you're doing, that's what you do. But I'm not going this year. Like the Texas Country Music Association will be a part of that, by the way. Texas singers, songwriters, charts. We'll be with that. But it won't be just, I've created a whole different lane that I'm not going to give it away. I'm just going to tell you that we are going to be doing music, and we can get you on a chart, and we can get you into these awards. So if you do play and you want to get in here and get your music, first off, let me say this. There have been artists that will give us their MP3s, and do not say go to YouTube or something like that. It is not clean to do that. So it's better for them. Not only that, when an artist and a veteran or a first responder or a patriot is supporting the show, we're definitely going to mention their name quite a bit. So like tonight, the Marine rapper TMR, he literally will probably send us all of his songs and redo the intro that I want. I do want it to be more like, not nice, but not mean. You know what I mean? Like kind of like the UFC thing. That's kind of my level of, it's too mellow for me.
Fire it up just a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, that. There you go. By the way, what is Royce talking about? What do those shirts look like?
Oh my goodness. I don't know where she sent me those pictures. And she reminded me, she sent me pictures today. It's like, hey, remind him, I spoke with him in March of 2022.
Okay.
Kid's got a memory like a sponge. And she said, I still want one of those sweatshirts. And it's like, I didn't even remember. I remember seeing him now that she showed me again. March of 2022. Are you kidding me? I can't remember what was going on. But he had a couple different colors. And it's got I can't remember the name across the top. Where the heck did she send it to me?
What is it about? Is it his name?
It's his music, and he's got 2 praying hands on one of the sleeves, but he's got all 13 names of the kids from
Oh, wow.
Afghanistan on the sleeve. And that's when Royce is like, oh, hell yeah, I'm following this guy, and this is fantastic.
Yeah,
So
he's actually a good friend. So that's the interesting part is it's funny how things work out. It's like someone literally for the last year has been telling me, and they just kept saying TMR, and I was like, yeah, and I was like, yeah, whatever. And then when I finally got into a situation where that person was where I was like, wait a minute, I know who you are. I usually go by his first name, but they were like, there's no way he's going to come on because he does his own. Like, they haven't gotten him on theirs. And they were like, not happy. They were mad at me. And I was like, hey, I don't know what to tell you, man. He's passionate about the voting and Trump and the election. And so if you want to talk politics, you can have him on.
I'm going to try to send these to you.
Yeah, I can send it to him. And he will be near me due to OPSEC, all kinds of things. I'm not going to say where, but obviously everybody knows I'm Central Standard Time, and they all think that I'm right around that Texas Austin area, and I'm not. Definitely not. So, but yeah, I will be seeing him soon. So, yeah. So, like he was saying, he's got a few. But was he selling those? Yes, I turned the lights off.
I think back then when she found him, I think they were for sale, but I'm not completely positive. Like I said, I can't remember what the heck was going on in 2022, but they're really cool. The Greatest Sacrifice. There's some other things written on them. Like I said, the praying hands and kind of peace and stuff down the sleeves, and then just having all the kids' last names on the shirt. Like that's really cool. Yeah. And he does have several songs that relate to Riley. So
well, that's what he was saying. He's going to send us the songs. And then before I even knew all that, because I was like, wait a minute, we literally have been in the same circle. It's just that when I kept hearing TMR, I didn't register it. And we got to talking. I was like, wait a minute, I know exactly who you are because of not military and not that, but because of music and me being where I'm at. This person happens to be right not that far from me. And so it's interesting. It was like just immediately like, what the heck are you doing? And he's like, what the heck are you doing? And I'm like, well, I've been working on the dang, I don't know, I'm on my 10th campaign, but right now I'm focused on the election. He's like, yeah, have you looked to see what I'm doing? I'm like, no. Someone told me that I should, but I didn't put 2 and 2 together.
I meant to ask him if he was in Pittsburgh because I was looking for him in Pittsburgh. I was looking for Sid too. I wasn't sure if Sid was going to be there or not. I never did see that big white hat, so I'm not sure if he was in Pittsburgh when I was there.
He's usually at everything. So I have the actual video. I wonder if I have something loaded here. Let me look. The actual video of Trump talking to him. I think I tried to send it to you. You have an Android, don't you?
I do.
Mm-hmm. So I'd have to do it through, ironically, Messenger will load a large file, or I need to be able to change the file to an MP4. We need to quit changing this stuff. As I'm sitting here, literally, and we're on. Wow. Huh. So here's what we'll do. Don't leave, Jim. What is we're going to close up shop, everybody. Thank you for still listening. You got the After Dark special hours of the after show. And we are right at 4 hours and 18 and a half minutes. And I'm saying that mark for a reason so that we stop the podcast when it goes into just an audio format. Anywhere that you can listen to your podcast, that is where you can find us. So we are actually going to shut down Patriots Inside the Wire right now because we're still rolling, literally. Don't go anywhere. Remember, we'll lose the
yes.
we'll lose the audio and all of that. So with all these changes too. But I'd like to do this. Say thank you for joining us on Patriots Inside the Wire, especially out there on X. You're always out there trying to figure out what's going on, and we're grateful for it. I did see our security giving us a light there. That means I need to do something. So again, don't try to be a keyboard warrior. Just go vote, please. And then if you don't like what you're hearing, don't listen and don't watch. Pretty easy.
Yep.
I hope that you do. We'll have some interesting shows. With the Christmas one, Jim, my whole point was we all need to put our heads together here and see. I need some comedy and I need like music, and we'll figure it out. But it's just like you see on TV. I've told everyone, I'm like, digital era. I'll finish my story. I'm sorry. Going back to the person that I won't say who it is that has played with a very large band. I mean, extremely big. This person's trying to figure out what to do because everything's moving different. And now you got to get on social media and promote your music, and you got to do all these different things you didn't have to do. And I'm like, well, we are a marketing, social media, advertising, digital platform. And I'm just sitting there listening, and they brought up, well, what if we do a show on Netflix that is a couple sitting on hay bales and have someone like George Strait sing to them?
Oh, wow.
Okay, so you know me by now. I'm just sitting there and I'm trying my hardest to respond. And I couldn't help it when I heard they're going on about this. And I looked over and I said, I would not watch that. You couldn't pay me. I said, why am I going to sit there and watch a couple being serenaded by? I said, I don't care. I love George Strait, but why in the world would I tune in to watch two people being serenaded? I said, you've already cut off your whole audience. I'm like, the amount of people that would watch that I wouldn't do that. And I was like, have you gone to look at what we're doing, even though we're still building and we're small? I said, we've already gone digital. I won't go back to the brick and mortar. I'm not going to go back to one label. There are a couple of labels we work with, but they were like, well, then what do you? Guess what they're doing? They're doing our show, and it'll be kicking off probably next month. And I'm like, hey, you do realize that you took my whole show and then said, that's what it is. Because I was very honest. I was like, you need to have like a passion behind it. Like, what is your driving force here other than giving music to people? What is it? And they were like, well, what's yours? So of course I said what it is, the siblings and, Gold Star. They're like, what is that? There was a veteran there. I didn't have to tell him what it was. That veteran's amazing. So I got to put that out there in case anyone's listening to this. The veteran and the people that run the radio side and the music charts, you name it. The big fish is what I call them. Amazing. There's another one. Amazing. Not that some of them are bad. I'm just saying. I understood the digital era, and I was like, no, you got to have the passion. So I end up saying, I explained what a Gold Star family is, and then I explained the border, and then I explained the siblings. And so it was like, and they were like, yeah, veterans. And I said, yeah, I definitely support our veterans. I said, but nobody's got a show right now supporting the families of the fallen. And that is what we do, by the way, everybody. Fallen Heroes National Foundation and Gold Star Family Foundation still have Military Moms of Texas, but that's just a group, and it's not just for moms, and it's not just for Texas. So if you find those, you'll find all kinds of information, by the way, security, You need to go in that group because I've got a ton of resources and information in there. It's for anybody active duty. I don't care if you're in Texas or where. I've got it for everywhere. I just happened to start it here. I'm not active I won't be a nonprofit. We're going to be a business to make money, to support those who need the support, the sibling scholarships. Well, they're going to do the show. And I'm like, what's it going to be called? They're just going to use their name. But I was like, man, I really want to tell you who it is, but I'm not because we're on air. But I was like, if it had been someone else, I would have. I actually did say no, but I would have done it a lot more like, hey, you can't do that. You can't take that. But so what I'm going to do is 424. 24 is my favorite. Means together forever with the number 24. Thank you for joining us on Patriots Inside the Wire. Again, it is 424-24. We are heading out of here. Stand by. Monday, I'm not kidding. Monday live, 8:50.